G'day and welcome to the Good Source Election Special. I'm here with Lyle, Shelton, and yeah, that transition worked. Welcome, Lyle.
Good to be with you, Dave.
We're scrambling with the technology. It's all new and we're still recruiting a bigger crew, so we're doing everything ourselves from behind the desk right now. But we've got a big day coming up. Ask you to just bear with us if there's some little technical gremlins, but we've got great special guests coming all day long, and I need to go straight away to America for an update on what's happening. Polls have already closed on the eastern seaboard of the United States, and they will be closing in a couple of hours, if not sooner, on the western seaboard as well. And hopefully we'll start seeing the results before the end of the afternoon here in Australia. What are you looking forward to the most?
Well, Dave, I think as we go live right now, there's breaking news that the Biden campaign has agreed, according to reports in the Australian newspaper, that Florida has lost. That is the key battleground state. There was no hope for Trump to win without winning Florida, and it's looking like with about 75% of the vote counted, Florida is going red. It looks like President Trump has a very clear path to being re-elected. Still plenty of battleground states to go, but that was the big kahuna for Donald Trump if he was to have any hope of 4 more years.
Wow. Well, that's a good sign already straight up. But let's welcome now from America, chief economist once for so many different important think tanks and political candidates, senators, and also for the Good Source News, Darren Brady Nelson. Darren, welcome to the Good Source Election Special.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
What's the breaking news as it's being reported in America?
The breaking news, I'm watching it, so if you watch my eyes stray, I have sort of keeping track of it's sort of a war room. One thing I'll do is if it's okay with you, I'll share my screen. I'll bring up a map, electoral map, and that will help us as we walk through this a little bit. And let me go to here. This is a bit of a combination of things that have already happened and the most likely outcomes based on the sort of the vote count at the moment. So as you talked about, Florida looks like it's going to go to Trump. Georgia was looking a little bit touch and go, but it's starting to really break towards Trump. Texas, scarily, was actually, in the early sort of vote count was going towards Biden, but it's starting to look a little bit more like Texas and breaking towards Trump, and I think it'll continue to break towards him. Some good news and some bad news. The bad news is Ohio is not looking all that great for Trump at the moment, but the good news is Michigan and Wisconsin are so far. I would expect Iowa to break to Trump. Minnesota traditionally would go to Biden, although Trump certainly has a chance this year. North Carolina, Trump is in with a shot still. Trump's in the lead in Virginia, but my sort of inside sources say that's because every state kind of counts their votes differently. So some start with cities first and then go to rural, and then some do it the other way around, or they go east to west, or sometimes they go in person first or second versus mail-in votes. So each state actually has its own sort of characteristics. This stage, Pennsylvania is really early, and that's probably going to be one of the last ones to come through, at least east of the Mississippi.
Darren, it's Lyle, Shelton here. You mentioned the key state of Ohio. You thought that might be trending blue. What percentage of the vote has been counted in Ohio? I admit it's still pretty early days there. We shouldn't give up hope on that state just yet.
Oh, yeah, no. Yeah, I think it was, it's changing all the time because some of these states are really quick, unlike, say, Pennsylvania, at counting the votes. I think it was like sort of 30 to 40% at that stage. But, yeah, look, he doesn't have to win Ohio, but that would be very unusual, particularly for a Republican, historically, to win the presidency without winning Ohio. But it's look, Trump doesn't sort of play by the normal rules, so we'll see. I'm still confident that he will get Ohio and Pennsylvania, but it's Pennsylvania is very early days, and Now, Ohio still has a long way to go as well. But as I said, there's some really encouraging signs elsewhere in the Midwest, with Wisconsin and Michigan. I happen to be sitting in Wisconsin on Lake Michigan.
We have to welcome George Christensen to the broadcast as well.
Thank you.
Welcome, George. Thank you for joining us from Trump headquarters in North Queensland.
Yeah, I'm very impartial today. Ohio and North Carolina both look like they're tightening up for Trump. The numbers were actually looking very bad there, but if they don't win, if the Trump campaign doesn't win Ohio and North Carolina, is the thought that they're going to make it up with Minnesota and Wisconsin?
Probably not so much Minnesota, but Wisconsin and Michigan. Yeah, they'd have to. And then Minnesota.
Michigan.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, I would think so. It'd be very hard, I think. I think Trump needs to win either. He doesn't have to necessarily win Ohio and Pennsylvania, but he pretty much has to win one of those two, I think.
So the question I've got is, what the hell's going on in Texas? We're seeing results there that are marginally for Biden, but very, very marginally. Is this early voting or just the urban areas that have reported?
Well, it's all those things. I think, they're counting things like, the urban areas, Houston, Austin, Dallas, but not for this election. I think it'll definitely break to Trump. I think as the counting goes on, I think you'll see it get redder and redder. The scary part is a lot of Californians and New Yorkers and people from Chicago have left those states because of the high taxes and regulations and moved to Texas. And sadly, they seem to be bringing their Democrat voting habits with them. That shouldn't affect this election, but in the future.
Very sad to see the Lone Star State go that way.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to go that way, George. I think, as Darren said, that's early voting, that's urban votes. Texas is going to be voting for Trump.
Well, I think so too. I think also Kansas. I mean, the interesting thing is that everyone was predicting there was going to be this blue wave, or well, not everyone. The mainstream media were all sort of suggesting this was a write-off for Trump, that there's going to be this huge blue wave. We haven't seen it. It's apart from Pennsylvania and Ohio, which really Ohio is, 51-48 almost at the moment. There is no huge blue wave. It seems like the landscape looking thus far is pretty similar to the map back in 2016.
Well, if anything, George and Darren, I hope you don't mind me jumping in here, correct me if I'm wrong, but I just heard a bit of Tucker Carlson from Fox News in the car on the way down to the studio here, and he was pointing out that Miami-Dade County, which is the most populous county in Florida, had recorded 100,000 extra votes Trump's way from 2016, when Hillary Clinton actually won Miami-Dade County. So this blue wave hasn't materialised. The New York Times, the pollsters have got it all wrong again.
That's right.
4 years down the track. And, and even Biden, as we said at the start of the broadcast, is conceding that they've lost Florida. So, look, I think we're heading for, I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, but certainly early predictions, early indications are that the mainstream media has again got it terribly wrong.
Yes, CNN is now looking like they're saying that Georgia's going to go to Trump. Earlier, there was some speculation that Georgia could flip to the Democrats, but I'd eat this hat if that happened.
Sadly, they've apparently on Fox Business they've made some sad news that they've called the House for the Democrats. So that's not great news if that trend holds.
So, are you saying the entire Congress has been won? So
just the House.
Just the House.
Yeah.
In one state or across the nation?
Still, but you know how the pundits like to call things fairly early on. I'm not saying it's accurate, but that's what they've done anyway.
Okay. Hey, Darren, your tip for the final electoral college results in America. Is Trump going to win, and how many does he need, and where will he end up?
Oh, look, I think Trump's going to win, and it's not going to be as big as I was hoping. Actually, I had sort of bigger hopes for. I think it's going to be Trump will win. It'll probably actually be under 300 electoral votes.
Do you think it'll be won tonight, or do you think we're going to see this drag out?
Ooh, it really depends. As I was talking between the Ohio and Pennsylvania situation. Obviously, if you could win Ohio, then it probably won't matter how much Pennsylvania drags on, because I think it's the only state that's really going to drag on is Pennsylvania.
Yeah, well,
look, I mean, Trump could definitely still get over 300. So I guess the best would be, it won't be quite the sort of Lindsey Graham 326, and it wasn't anything bigger that I was hoping for. So it'll be kind of low 300s.
Well, Pennsylvania have gone all out. The Democrat machine, which is intertwined with a lot of the arms of government there, have just gone all out to do whatever they can to ensure a Democrat victory in Pennsylvania. I see that it's right across the internet now. Poll watchers, an official poll watcher was barred from entering one of the booths. You saw booths in Pennsylvania that illegally had pro-Democrat posters on the front of them, Democrat propaganda being handed out to voters inside the booths, and even a photo I saw, or it might have been a video, which purported to be someone putting booths, actually, the voting boxes, into a car. What for, I'm not sure. But all that's happening in Pennsylvania.
Right. Yeah, so look, I would, at this stage, the way it's breaking, I think Trump will win either 288 or 308 with Pennsylvania. So.
Okay, Darren, we're going to have to leave it there, but we'd really like to thank you for joining us on the ground there on the shores of Lake Michigan for your expert analysis from the US of A. We're off to a good start. Thanks very much for your time. We've got to move on now to our next guest here at the Good Source US presidential election coverage, and I'd like to now bring in Joe Hildebrande, who's no stranger to Australian viewers. Joe, welcome to Good Source.
Great to be here. How are you guys?
We're doing well, Joe. Bear with us. This is a first for us. There's a few technical difficulties, but we're powering along, and so far encouraged by the early lead for Donald Trump. Have you been surprised to see Florida conceded so quickly by the Biden camp?
Yeah. Yes and no, I guess. It has been, it was extraordinary to see it go that way. We knew that Trump had really high support among the Cuban expats in Miami. And of course, we knew from last time that it's usually the sort of western half of Florida that swings for the Republicans, and swung for Trump last time and caught everyone off guard. This time it didn't even get to that. And I think when you have a bunch of people who have fled communism, or whose families have fled communism, when you see someone who stands up really strongly and unequivocally against communism, I think it's probably no surprise that they're going to come out in force. So I must admit, I've been watching it. I've been, like everyone else, glued for the last hour and a half or so, and all I can think of is that it's going to go Donald Trump's way. So no, I'm not surprised they're conceding.
Yeah, it's extraordinary, Joe, and we might just get you to speak up a little bit if you can, or bring your microphone a little bit closer. You're a little bit faint there. I'm sure our viewers can hear you. But you're dead right in your observations about Florida. I heard this morning that the New York Times had reported that Donald Trump only had a 30% chance of picking up the state of Florida. This is the New York Times. These are experienced people who follow polls, who have access to loads of data. Why do you think already at this early stage in the count, we've seen things go so horribly wrong? Have no lessons been learnt from 2016?
Yeah, look, I think there's certainly a lot of that. I still hear people talking about the polls as though they are reliable, and then saying, oh, no, the polls weren't right last time, but they will be right this time. And even if they're wrong by as much as they were last time, Biden will still get up. I must admit, I still expect Biden to get to a narrow victory, largely because absolutely everything still has to go Trump's way. Florida's a big help, but he's still got to pick up Pennsylvania and all those big Midwestern states that the Democrats will just be taking no chances with this time around. Hillary Clinton's campaign was terribly out of touch, much like the New York Times probably is. And they were blindsided because she was busy hanging out with the top end of town or her in New York or her celebrity mates in California. The Democrats won't make that mistake twice. They will throw absolutely everything at it. And so I think they at least won't be surprised again. So I think Trump is going to be a lot more competitive than a lot of the media over there have predicted. Already he is. But I think Biden will still come home.
So, Joe, you're predicting that there will be a Trump victory, a Biden victory, I'm sorry, on the basis that there may be more energy and more activity by the Democrats on the ground?
Yeah, I'm not sure about the energy and activity, but just the complete lack of complacency. We know that we know that they're just going to stop at nothing to get out every single vote they can. We know their advertising spend has been absolutely huge. And we know that Biden is much less unlikable than Hillary Clinton was. He doesn't come with the baggage she did. He doesn't come with Benghazi or the email server. He might be a bit of a doofus. He might forget where he is half the time, but he's a likable kind of doofus. And I think...
Joe, you don't think Biden's comments in the second debate about ending fracking and closing down fossil fuels will hurt him in his home state of Pennsylvania?
I think that will almost certainly hurt him a bit, but I think it will be more than made up for by the other factors, which is the anti-Trump vote, I guess, and people who didn't think much of Donald Trump but just sat on their couches because they thought Hillary was going to win anyway. Plus the coronavirus factor. I think older people over 65s are much more scared of the coronavirus than obviously they were when it didn't exist, and they're traditional conservative voters who may turn against Trump on that. And again, his great success story in turning the economy around has been stopped dead in its tracks because of the COVID crisis. So none of that might be particularly fair. But politics isn't exactly fair. So I don't think it will be a walkover, but I think Biden will just sneak home.
All right. Well, we've got the great Joe Hildebrande calling it or predicting Joe Biden will win based on Pennsylvania. But we're sort of one way in the afternoon of the broadcast to go. Joe, we're going to have to move on. We're sorry that the time was so short, but we really
absolute pleasure. No worries at all, guys.
Thanks for popping in, Joe.
Thank you.
Always a pleasure. Take care, guys. See you soon.
The interesting thing is that the reports that I've seen from multiple sources in the US is that the get out the vote drive from the Republicans, the ground game, has been much, much better. And in fact, you look at Florida. Florida is a key example of that. And the recriminations are starting now where Democrats are openly now saying that there was not enough energy, there was not enough drive, there was not enough ground game and outreach to their traditional voters. But what I've heard though is that in many of these sort of must-win states, that the counties which are nominally or always considered Republican, the lineups have been huge. But in the areas where it's normally considered Democrat, you could almost walk straight into the booth and vote without lining up, which indicates that actually the energy, the momentum, the ground game has gone the Republicans' way. I think in all but one state, and that is Pennsylvania, being Biden state, look, I think that it's too early to say 60-40 in Biden's favor with 13% counted. It probably is going to go to Biden, but I can't see this happening in many other places.
George, are we right in assuming that if Trump does lose Pennsylvania, there's no other pathway through to the presidency? What other states would he have to win if Pennsylvania?
No, I don't think that's right. If he doesn't win Pennsylvania, I mean, look, I just noticed that Texas has now flipped over to Trump, so all of those other states or other counties that you can rely upon are coming through thick and fast.
That's a massive 38 electoral college votes in Texas alone, of course.
Yeah, 38, so that's huge. So look, if he loses Pennsylvania, I mean, the states that he's got in the bag right now are the ones you'd expect. West Virginia, Kentucky, Indiana, Tennessee, Alabama, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Louisiana, the Dakotas, Wyoming. The ones that he's likely to have: South Carolina, Georgia, Florida, Michigan, and Wisconsin, quite possibly. It's looking pretty good up there. There's still definitely a pathway to victory because, as I said, this huge sort of tsunami of blue just hasn't eventuated. It's eventuated in Pennsylvania. Look, if Trump can't get over the line in Ohio or North Carolina, it becomes very difficult. But I wouldn't be game to call that.
Yeah, no, still early days yet.
Lyle, what are the states that considered the swing states, the ones that Trump took off Obama, the ones that Biden will need to take off Trump?
Yeah, it's worth running through those. We've talked about Ohio. It's certainly one of those. And as Darren said earlier, there seems to be a slight lead there for Biden. That's a key state. North Carolina, although it seems like that's gone to Trump. Iowa is really important. Georgia has already gone to Trump. That was one of the key swing states. Arizona, polls will still be open in Arizona. But according to Real Clear Politics, Biden had a 0.5% lead there. Florida, well, again, the polls had Biden ahead. That's already in Trump's column. We've talked about Texas. Nevada is one which Clinton won last time. There's some thought that because of the casino workers there and they're concerned about lockdowns, that vote may well translate to Trump and see that state flip to him. And of course, there's Minnesota. That was a Clinton win in 2016. And Biden got a healthy poll lead there. So that may not be one for the Trump camp. But certainly, if Pennsylvania falls to Trump, with Florida and with these other key battleground states, he will rob it back into the presidency for 4 more years.
George, what do you think are the particular states for us to be watching at this stage?
Oh, look, the ones that Lyle has gone through clearly are the ones. I'm just having a little bit of internet difficulty and bringing up some data at the moment. But look, all those ones that Lyle went through are the key ones. If Trump can afford to lose Pennsylvania as long as he retains all of the others that he had, and there aren't any heavy losses. And look, I'm just going to say, segue here. Well, why is this important? Why am I wearing a Keep America Great hat on when I'm an Australian? Why are we all as Aussies barracking Trump? Because he's the leader of the free world. And quite honestly, right now, he faces 2 key threats. One from communist China. We face that threat as well. And I just do not believe that Joe Biden will stand up against that threat like Donald Trump will. And the other one, the globalists, your United Nations, your Davos, all of these are pushing this great reset, which is just corporate socialism. And they're right behind it. And they see Donald Trump as a thorn in the side for this. If he's in place, he will push back against it. If Joe Biden is there, he will embrace it. Where America goes, the rest of the free world goes. So that's why it is vitally important for this country, Australia, that Donald Trump remain in the White House for the next 4 years. It may just be the old image of the boy with his finger in the hole in the damn wall, but at least it's going to give us 4 years worth of time to push back against UN socialism and Chinese communism.
Yeah. And Pip Bell is saying that as the USA goes, so goes Australia.
Yeah.
Yeah, very, very important Very important for us here. Lyle, do you have any breaking news for us?
Well, nothing sort of earth-shattering, although there is, a caveat on our concern about Pennsylvania. Only 14% of the vote has been counted there, and it could be days before we know the result. We may not even know tonight whether Pennsylvania has been won or lost by Joe Biden or Donald Trump. But certainly in North Carolina, one of the other key battleground states, Biden is ahead there with 81% of the vote counted. And in Ohio, again, another one of these key states we'll be talking about, Biden's ahead there, 83% counted there as well. In terms of the Electoral College votes won so far, Biden has 122, Trump is on 92, but of course, the big... There's still plenty of votes out there to get to that magic number of 270 electoral college votes. I think Darren earlier from the United States was predicting Trump would win with 300 electoral college votes, but certainly still a long afternoon of counting to go.
Now, we have a great tweet here from Dr. Michael Brown I'd like to share, and that is that he said, in order to be re-elected, Trump has to overcome, 1, an incredibly hostile media, 2, the internet giants, 3, the pandemic, 4, the lockdowns and economic downturn, 5, massive social unrest, and 6, and perhaps most obviously, his own shortcomings. Concludes with the comment, without God's help, I don't see it happening, but with his help, easily done. Now, Dr. Michael Brown is a Jewish believer in Jesus, author, radio host, speaker, husband, father, grandfather, and his newest book is Evangelicals at the Crossroads. Will we pass the Trump test? And I'd like to welcome Dr. Brown to the live stream now. Welcome. How are you, sir?
Great to be with you. I'm glad you guys are all dressed up so I can be casual.
It's a very important day in the Good Source News studios.
Very impartial.
How's it? Say again, George?
I said we're very impartial.
Yeah, very impartial. No red anywhere here. How do you see it playing out? What's your feel of how the results are playing out so far as you're watching the coverage?
Looking at the results so far, obviously some of the polls have been proven wrong already. For example, those that showed Florida leaning towards Biden, some have already called Florida for Trump. Others remain too close to call, key states like North Carolina and Ohio, etc. It's kind of a nail biter type of thing. It's almost like watching an endless sports event that is super tense the whole way through. But the way things go, right now, Trump is positioned for a possible win. In other words, if he didn't win Florida, it's pretty much over. A couple other things, it would be over. He's still in it in that regard. And thus far, with speculation that the early votes, the advanced ballots coming in would be for the Democrats. So as the night goes on, and its actual voter turnout, it'll be for the Republicans. Like a state like Pennsylvania could go the way of Republicans. So it's really too early to say. God never spoke something to me in terms of giving me a clear word or insight, so I knew what was coming. But I'm convinced of a few things. One, there's been so much prayer, more prayer than I've ever seen for an election, right in D.C. and around the country, even around the world, that I'm convinced at the end of the day, we'll say God answered prayer and had his way in the election. I don't know what it's going to mean or how it'll play out. It could be judgment, it could be blessing. But I feel confident of that. On the ground, if I was looking at indicators, I would look at the amount of people that didn't vote for Trump in 2016 that will vote for him in 2020. It seems the shift has been overwhelmingly in that direction. He may have picked up Black and Hispanic vote, which would be obviously very important. But we shall see. Dennis Prager had a column in which he said it's hatred of Trump versus hatred of the left. And that's really what we're dealing with. Very few people, I think, are voting for Joe Biden saying, he's our man, yes. And then even less would be voting for Kamala Harris. She did terribly during the primaries. So there's primarily a vote against Trump on the one hand, and on the other hand, a vote against the policies of the left. So we shall see how it plays out.
Yeah, just a quick update.
Dr. Brown,
Lyle,
what's your sense amongst evangelical voters and faithful, what I call Orthodox Catholic voters, with this split between the never-Trumpers and those who support Trump? That was quite a divide 4 years ago. Have more of those Orthodox Christians come over to the Trump camp because of the threat to the left?
It seems so. Every poll that I've done, again, I have a limited audience. It's not like a full national scientific poll, but every poll that I've done has indicated that Trump has picked up far more evangelical or Christian conservative voters than he's lost. In other words, his temperament, the way he governs, the things he says that are offensive to us, we all knew that could be the case, but we didn't know if he would keep his promises. And he has, overwhelmingly. He clearly has not used Christian conservatives just as a tool, as a pawn. He remains deeply committed to our cause. So it seems he's picked up voters because of that. And then at the same time, the left has just gotten more radical. So be it an Al Mohler, who couldn't vote for Trump in 2016. He says he's been a huge embarrassment to evangelicals, but the alternative is impossible. Ben Shapiro, who couldn't vote for Trump in 2016 and didn't believe he'd keep his promises. He said, well, he was wrong. He said, plus the Democrats have lost their mind. So it seems that shift has taken place. But again, we shall see a lot of obstacles to overcome along the way.
He's been a very different type of Republican president, hasn't he, Michael? Because often I think that the complaint that comes out of predominantly the evangelical Christians is that the Republicans pay lip service. They use the evangelical brigades as like cannon fodder at election time, but they don't ever follow through. Trump has followed through. He's followed through on the right to life issue. He's followed through on the Supreme Court. He's followed through on religious liberty. That's very, very different for a Republican president, isn't it? And what do you think that? Why is there then elements of the evangelical community that are against Trump, given that's the case?
Right. So, number one, you're absolutely right. He surprised us in doing that. During the primaries, I almost would have guaranteed you that he was just playing us until more and more of my friends got to know him and people said, no, there's something there. Really, he is concerned about these issues. He does share our views in certain ways, even if it's not his own life at this point. So he really has done it. And not only so, but I know folks that helped get Ronald Reagan in office. And obviously there was a massive evangelical vote. And of course he did a lot of good. And he kept many promises. But what I was told by people that were once close to him was once he got in, then the wall went up. Kind of the Washington wall went up. It's been the opposite with Trump. He's kept his door open. He continues to receive prayer, counsel, input, meet with the evangelicals. He's got them in his cabinet. He's got them in the vice presidency. So in terms of keeping his promises, in terms of accessibility, that's been absolutely amazing. Moving the embassy to Israel, and then the peace accords and things. So there's so much he's done. You say, why then haven't evangelicals enthusiastically followed him? And it's mainly white evangelicals. Black evangelicals, maybe he's picked up some votes just by really reaching out to the black community, but the black community for years has voted Democrat. So that's a whole other story. But there are things about Trump that are just tremendously offensive. The insults, think you're the most powerful man on the planet and you're hurling insults at journalists you don't like, or speaking things that could incite angry crowds, to attack someone theoretically. Some believe the negative narrative and believe that he is a racist and he is xenophobic and he is misogynist. I don't think he's any of those things. But, some feel that, and some are just offended by his person. They feel that the man he is, being so divisive, being so destructive, being so ugly, brings damage in his wake. And to the extent we associate with him as evangelicals, we hurt our witness. My argument is we can vote for him for the policies and then do damage control for his bad behavior to say that's not us, that's not who we are, that's not how we conduct ourselves. Jesus is our savior, he gets our life. Trump is our president, he gets our vote. Whereas if you have the Democrats come in, it's very difficult to do damage control with their policies. And I think we have to be pragmatic here and not so idealistic, much more pragmatic.
Yeah, Dr. Brown, thanks for that balance in your analysis. I think you're exactly right. And we do need to ensure we don't give President Trump a leave pass for the bad behaviour. But we also have to weigh that up in terms of the policies that he's implemented. I'm interested in a couple of things. One, do you think he's starting to moderate some of that bad behaviour? We saw the First Lady, Melania Trump, even making comments on the campaign trail that she doesn't agree with all of his Twitter comments, for instance. The other question I want to ask is in relation to policy. Do you think if Trump is re-elected, can that Christian evangelical Orthodox Catholic voter bloc constituency, can they expect to see movement through the Supreme Court and the judges he's appointed there, movement on Roe versus Wade and the marriage question? And thirdly, do you think a re-elected Trump administration might make good on the promise to finally defund Planned Parenthood because of its selling baby parts for medical research? So there's about 4 questions in there, if you can remember all those.
Yeah, so the first thing is, has he moderated his behavior? Those close to him would say yes. Those who spend time with him would say he's a different man. The public persona seems to be just as reckless, calling Anthony Fauci an idiot. That was recently after there's an attempted plot to kidnap Governor Whitmer of Michigan. He said, I don't know how real that was. And, just things that are just irresponsible. So maybe in certain ways he's moderated a little bit, but he certainly hasn't learned this lesson. If he loses, it's entirely his fault, because he could have a ton more support if not for that. As for the real possibility of overturning Roe v. Wade, yes, you would not have such a hysterical reaction to the Trump court appointees if that were not the case. You would not have not a single Democrat not voting for a highly qualified person like Amy Coney Barrett. And again, this would push things back to the states. But yes, I believe it's a real possibility. Remember, if Robert Bork had not been borked, if he had not been treated so unfairly in 1992, he would have been the swing vote instead of Anthony Kennedy voting against overturning Roe v. Wade. Bork would have. So these things are possible. Friends of mine that have been on the pro-life front lines for over 47 years have said that this is the closest that we've ever come to really seeing this happen. So that to me is major and real. We've already seen many rulings by federal judges that are very, very significant. And for example, in New York passed a ban on so-called conversion therapy for people of all ages. So if you're a 30-year-old male with unwanted same-sex attraction and you went to see a professional counselor to get help with that unwanted same-sex attraction, that counselor could be fined $10,000 a visit. So an Orthodox Jewish counselor working with the Alliance Defense Fund challenged that, and New York immediately said, okay, we'll drop it. Why? Because they knew the court that it would go to, if there was an appeal made, the court that it would go to had 2 new Trump appointees, and they knew he'd rule against them, so they just dropped it. So there have been many things already that these justices have done across the country. As for defunding Planned Parenthood, it's a shame it hasn't been done yet. Obviously, Planned Parenthood looks at Trump as an arch enemy. The problem is it's going to be up to the Republicans who say one thing when the Democrats are in power. Oh, we want to defund Planned Parenthood, but then they kind of play both ends against the middle once they're in power. They're going to have to step up. And to me, if Trump is in for 4 more years, it's a divine respite. It's God giving us a little more time before the door slams on our liberties and on much in America as we know it, which means the church has to get to being the church, that we've got 4 more years to have awakening and revival to turn the hearts of many more Americans, especially the younger generation. Otherwise, chaos and anarchy will rule in our land.
I'm actually, very, very settled in my whatever happens. God is sovereign, and He does what He will with nations and leaders, and it will all be okay. But I'm still finding myself a little unsettled today at the prospect that Trump might lose and we might have Biden, running, I guess, the free world and Western nations like Australia taking their cues not very far behind the heels of where the President of America leads us. So I guess speak to that for a second. What should our posture be should the unfortunate happen and we have a sociopathic feticidal maniac in the White House as of February 20.
Right. Now, of course, critics of Trump say we already have a sociopathic maniac in the White House and we have to get rid of him at all costs. And it's interesting on all sides. People say this is it. This is a battle for the soul of the nation. But let's be frank, there are international implications. One of my friends who was working with protesters in Hong Kong said that they're terrified at the prospect of a Biden-Harris victory. I got input from the pastor of the largest megachurch in Europe, Pastor Sándor Nemeth of Faith Church in Hungary, and he's a colleague of Prime Minister Orban. And he said that because of Trump's standing for Israel, that it's helped strengthen Hungary's stand, Poland's stand, I think Czech Republic, another in the European Union standing for Israel. There are people praying and fasting, Jews praying and fasting in Israel for a Trump victory, fearing that if it's Biden-Harris, that it will be a terrible result, not just for Israel, but overall for Palestinians and for the region. So there are international implications for sure. What we have to do is, number one, get into a posture of worshiping before Almighty God. Because the fact is, America is not even worthy of being counted like dust in the scales in terms of in God's sight. We need to meditate on Psalms like Psalm 46, that no matter what happens, God is God and we worship him as King and we proclaim Jesus as Lord. It doesn't mean that we are not concerned. It doesn't mean that we're not burdened. It doesn't mean that we don't grieve, but it means that we ultimately know that we're people of another kingdom, and our job is to bring those kingdom values wherever we live. Look, the church thrived under Nero and Caesar and these murderous, sociopathic emperors that slaughtered Christians. The church thrived under that. The church has thrived under someone like Mao Zedong, but it's painful and it's difficult. So we need to pray with fervor, and we need to worship God. I've spent a good part of the night as I've been following the elections, just worshiping and praying and worshiping and praying and saying, God, you be glorified, so that my heart attitude is right. And then, of course, I'm very interested to see what the outcomes are.
Sorry to take this from the great height of the divine down to something base, but we flashed on the screen earlier something that I thought very interesting. All of the betting markets now seem to be favouring Donald Trump.
Really?
And I just saw a report that in Democrat states, the most Googled search term was, where is the nearest liquor store?
Yeah. Dr. Brown, if you've got a moment to hang around, and George stole a little bit of my thunder there, the betting markets certainly are predicting a Trump win very strongly, both here in Australia.
In Australia too. Sportsbet, which has had Joe Biden really in front all the time, is now $1.28 on Trump to $3.20 on Biden.
Wow.
And it's even more than that in the US. So something is up. The punters know what's going on.
Well, I can also report that in Ohio, key battleground state with 74% of the vote counted, Trump is ahead. So that's looking positive. He's still ahead in Texas with 67% counted.
Now, you know what's really interesting? There you are in Australia, and you have 10% more of the vote on your board than I do on mine with the New York Times. But the New York Times is favoring that I believe Trump will win Ohio, Georgia, and North Carolina. North Carolina is tight now. That's my home state. I'll tell you this, though. I voted for Trump with real hesitation. Let me say this, with a lot of concern in 2016. But it was, I have to say, honestly, it was primarily a vote against Hillary and hoping that he would keep his promises. I voted for him without a split second of hesitation today. And I felt good that I was able to cast a vote in a battleground state. That being said, I want the whole world to know I'm a follower of Jesus. If they know I voted for Trump, fine. But I want the whole world to know I'm a follower of Jesus. And that's going to be one of the loudest things. If Trump wins, I'm just going to urge my fellow believers in America, okay, he's in. Now don't make him the focus. Make the Great Commission the focus. Make living out the gospel the focus. Make being a disciple the focus. And don't take your foot off the prayer pedal. We've got to keep the prayer going and not stop.
Absolutely. Dr. Brown, it's interesting you say that. My reading this morning was in Psalm 74 about how evil people scoff and they try and have their way. But it said that God is in control. He's the one who is working in the affairs of the nations. And that really spoke to me that no matter which way things go today, our hope is, as you said earlier, it's not even whether Donald Trump wins. Obviously, we would prefer that because of the policy that's going to be more conducive to freedom and liberty and justice in terms of human rights, etc., for the unborn. But as you rightly point out, even under Nero, back in those days of Rome, the church thrived. So either way, God's at work. But of course, that doesn't mean we shouldn't be working as well. And obviously, we want to see peace and shalom. And if the policies of Donald Trump, albeit a flawed character, bring that peace and shalom about, obviously we want to work towards that.
Yeah, and can I just say one other thing as I'm speaking to you in Australia, then through this, everyone watching anywhere, I much prefer this to the trip I made earlier, and I love being with everyone. It was a joy meeting Dave and being with everyone. But this was right before the shutdown, and travel arrangements were being changed. So literally, it was 50 hours each way to be there for about 72 hours. Whereas here, it was a matter of walking for 30 seconds from one part of my house to my office here. So I can do this anytime, guys. You just ask, and I'm in. This is easy. But value what God's doing in Australia and pray that you guys would stand strong and lift up Jesus and overcome the COVID restrictions again.
Yeah, I mean,
Lyle, interestingly, I have a daily meditation book, and it's November the 4th here, Dr. Brown, and the daily meditation verse is Luke 12:16. The ground of a certain rich man yielded plentifully. So I'm hoping that's an omen. But look, I just seen some news that has come in. The Trump campaign has filed a lawsuit in Nevada, Clark County. I don't know what the point of this is, but the polls originally closed there at 7 p.m. and now they're going to stay open to 8 p.m. So there must be some circularity happening, though.
I mean, there's been everything from, for example, in North Carolina, the county in which I live, one place was shut down for 15 minutes because printers weren't working. There's been a pipe that broke in Georgia, because of which that set things back. There was something, Nevada, similar. So you have these, whatever, something happens, now they're delaying or they're keeping things open longer. And each side has hundreds of lawyers lined up, to fight and to litigate. But hopefully it won't come to that. Hopefully the results will be clear enough. And I'll tell you this, with the polls being so wrong, I mean, there were quite a few polls that gave Trump less than 10% chance of winning the last time. There were some that gave a 1 or 2% chance. And I remember watching the news that night as it started to be apparent Trump was going to win. The shock was just amazing. So now to happen a second time when they say, no, we fixed things, we worked things out, we understand what we did wrong. And they're not realizing how many, quote, hidden Trump voters there are. And people that just don't want to tell the media, oh, yeah, I'm voting for the guy that you all think is a racist and a misogynist and a xenophobe and a homophobe and an Islamophobe. And I'm voting for that guy. So I must be a white supremacist, too, even if you're black. So if they get it wrong again here, and then it plays into Trump's whole attack, fake news. So there's going to be a massive trust issue in America. It's deep now, but it's going to really deepen, which then opens the door for every kind of conspiracy theory, which we're going crazy with here in America. So it's a critical time and a time. And again, folks around the world really pray for America, because we know the influence we have around the world, and we need God's help. It
really does seem odd that there would be any trust left in the media. I mean, at the very least, it's completely polarized now, but surely it's already fragmented to the point of people trusting the news sources that, confirm their existing biases, if any, and completely disregarding what they consider the other side of the aisle.
Yeah, the bias is extraordinary. Now, for example, if you put the radio on and listen to Rush Limbaugh, that you're getting a conservative broadcaster. Just like, a liberal guy, Tom Hartman, you put him on, you know who you're getting. But supposedly, if you put on CNN, you're just getting the news. Or if you put on ABC or NBC or CBS, our big stations, you're just getting the news. That was the assumption. When I was a kid, when Walter Cronkite came on, he was giving the news. Whereas now, the vast majority of what you get is opinions. And, Fox is the same, but on the right. So it makes it very easy for people to dismiss things they don't like and just write everything off as fake news. You almost have to read numerous stories on all sides to try to weigh what's accurate. It's even amazing now. You can look at headlines, and the headlines say one thing, and then you actually read the article, and the facts don't even line up with the headline in the same article. So it's very concerning. I love truth. It doesn't mean everything I believe and do is perfectly right, but I strive for that. I hate any misrepresentation or inaccuracy. And it's such a concern when I see people really on all sides just believing the latest partisan claim or the latest conspiracy theory. And it becomes very dangerous, because now people will act on these things, and their fires will be fueled by it. So it really is a crisis of truth. And then when you have everything becoming relative, right? Morality is relative, truth is relative, even reality is relative. If I, a biological male, perceive myself to be a female, therefore I am, it's a very dangerous time. It's an Isaiah 59 type time when truth seems to be lost, but it's also a time in which we are seeing more stirring, more signs of outpouring, more rallies on the streets in the midst of some of the worst cities where things are really being ripped up in America. The gospel's being preached. So I see more signs of potential awakening that I've seen in America than in many, many years in the midst of the shaking and the chaos.
Dr. Brown, how do you see America healing after all this? If Trump does win, or we're seeing reports that there could be violence in the streets. We're seeing plywood being applied to shop windows in Washington, D.C., New York, Chicago, San Francisco, etc. Democrat states, and it would seem like groups like Shutdown D.C., Black Lives Matter, they're preparing to mobilize. We're likely to see repeat of violence and potential looting. How does the nation heal and move on after something like this?
God's people have to lead the way with the spirit of reconciliation and grace and mercy. And then all those close to the president have to say, be a good winner. Be a good winner. You mentioned Melania saying she doesn't agree with all of her husband's tweets. A few years back, James Robison, a dear friend of mine, who's one of the president's most trusted evangelical advisors, urged him, have Melania review all your tweets before they go out. Obviously, that didn't happen. But look, it's going to take a miracle for this to happen, because of Trump being who he is and Trump being vindictive. And if you hurt him, he'll never forget it, kind of thing. If he could set a tone of reconciliation, at least it would soothe some of the pain and heal some of the wounds. Again, I know that's a major thing to pray for because of who he is, but I believe there's part of him that understands that you have to win graciously, and that you have to give some type of an olive branch to those that you differ with, and sit down. Look, I've done it with people that are deep opponents of mine, either theologically or ideologically, and said, okay, we're neighbors. How can we live together? side by side in the midst of our differences. And then that's what we have to do as believers. We have to put Jesus first. We have to put loving our neighbor first. Instead of proclaiming to the whole world, I mean, you got your hats on today, which is cute, and that's fine. I understand that. This is the time for it. But then after that, okay, let's take the hat off. Let's put the Jesus hat on. Let's love our neighbor. Let's work for the good of our neighbor, for our communities. Let's contrast our spirit with the spirit of violence, because when the Black Lives Matter movement really resurfaced powerfully this year after the killing of Ahmaud Arbery and then George Floyd, there was a lot of national sympathy for it. But as it became increasingly violent and radicalized and was associated with looting and killing and burning buildings and things like that, the national sympathy really shifted. So if we can contrast and show a different spirit, a different way, I believe that will help. And remember, America, like everybody else right now, is still struggling with COVID. There's still fear. There's still uncertainty about the future. If we can come with love and confidence in the midst of it, that can help a lot. Obviously, without outpouring and revival, the divisions are going to continue very deeply. And America is not going to be some perfect Christian nation. But if we will show a different spirit and then really pray for the nation and urge our political leaders to show a spirit of conciliation and reconciliation, that at least can go a good way in healing some of the wounds.
Well said.
Well,
Thank you, George.
yes, thank you very much, Dr. Brown. It has been extremely insightful. We're very grateful to have you on this broadcast, giving your perspective, not only as an American citizen, but as someone who is very, very predominant in the evangelical sector over there, which is a huge part of why Trump might be reclaiming the White House. Could I just ask you one question before we wrap this section up? Do you think there'll be a result tonight?
Yes.
And it will be for Trump?
Yes, but bear in mind, I'm just talking out of my own emotions and desires.
Okay.
The reports I'm reading say if Trump, in fact, Florida is Trump's, Georgia goes the way of Trump, Ohio goes the way of Trump, Pennsylvania goes the way of Trump, then we may not know the results for several days. But I'm thinking as I'm looking at it now, when the first few votes were counted in Pennsylvania, it was like 80,000 to 2,000.
Quietly has flipped to Trump, actually.
Right, exactly. So when there was so much in terms of the advanced ballots and things like that we knew would be overwhelmingly Democrat. But when I saw Trump draw a crowd of 57,000 in Pennsylvania, and the Biden rallies would be tiny, and so on, you think, hey, something's going on here. Something's going on. So if I had to guess, all right, my educated guess, but I'm not claiming any prophetic insight or that I have special knowledge or, someone from the White House just gave me internal polling data. I would say, yes, there'll be a Trump victory by the end of the night. But my heart and emotions are prepared to worship God and thank him and get on with the gospel regardless of the results. So we shall see.
Great encouragement. It's probably a shame you couldn't be in the Oval Office with us. It's something we tried to organise for you, but could only get built rapidly here in southeast Queensland. Well, thank you very much, Dr. Brown, adding to what George and Lyle have said. And we really appreciate you popping in and rejoicing with you that it didn't take 2 days or more in, was it 3 days in transit? But it was worth it to be with you folks and great to see some of you again. So God bless and thanks for having me on. We'll see you. A great impact and we'll talk to you again soon. Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Dave, could I do a quick update? Because while we've been talking, there's results that are pouring in. Pennsylvania, as I just said, has now flipped to Trump, 50.5%. He's sitting on about 920,000 votes to Biden's 846,000. So that is a turn up for the books because everyone was expecting Pennsylvania would be well and truly in Joe Biden's camp. And I thought so up until now. Texas swung strongly behind Trump as some of those rural states, well, not strongly, 50.8%, but It's swinging to Trump, and that'll continue. South Carolina has been declared for Trump, 56% of the vote. North Carolina is now for Trump, 4.7. Now, what I don't get is that Virginia has been declared, but the results at the moment are showing 53.2% for Trump. So something weird is going on there. I tried to just track why Virginia is being declared for Trump, and all I could get was that Associated Press have called it on the basis of a survey. So
the Australians' website is saying Virginia's been declared for Biden, and he's won the 13 electoral college.
It doesn't. Sorry, I might be getting tongue-tied here. I can tell you that it has been declared for Biden, but the reality is the votes on my board that I'm looking at are showing 53.2% in Virginia for Trump. So I don't understand that one. But regardless, Virginia, if that's not in, he's won West Virginia, looking like he's going to pick up Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin.
Huge news on Pennsylvania, George. What percentage of the vote did you say had been counted there?
In Pennsylvania, or
in Pennsylvania,
27%. So it's early days, but the point is that all of the Biden areas come in very strongly first, and so now we're getting some of rural Pennsylvania and the burbs, and so it's starting to swing behind Trump, and it's getting stronger and stronger. He's now almost 100,000 votes in front of Biden in Pennsylvania. So I think that lead's just going to continue. I'd almost be willing to say it is going to be a Trump victory tonight.
There we have it, the Anthony Green of the good source, George Christensen, calling it very early at 1:15. Australia.
I could have to eat my words. I'm not 100% sure of it, but I'm looking at this and I'm not feeling worried. I'm not feeling worried for America.
Yeah, no, that's amazing. And he's still ahead of Ohio as well, so that's encouraging with 75% now counted. And as you said earlier, North Carolina, which was trending Biden, has now flipped towards Trump with 90% of the vote counted. So the indications are very good.
38,000 votes ahead of Biden in Utah. In Arizona, certainly Biden is leading, but I saw some reports there that speculated that there might be an upset in Arizona, but I'm just going to have a look to see what counties are reporting in Arizona.
George, because it's over on the west of the country, and the polls would have only just closed.
Yeah, look, there's still about 5 counties to report in, and still a lot more votes to be counted in other counties there. So I wouldn't be calling Arizona, but boy, if he wins Arizona, that's it. It's over. He's won.
Well, particularly in Pennsylvania, he's column as well.
Yeah. I'm just going to have to I'll let you guys do some talking while I go and have a look at CNN.
The fake news.
I'm going to gauge it and how nervous the pundits on CNN are looking.
Yeah. Dave, that was fantastic having Dr. Michael Brown's commentary there, and I really appreciated the balance that he brought to this debate. And I think it is important that we do temper the natural enthusiasm that we have as conservatives for the policies of Trump. And I thought him, raising some of those character issues which we perhaps don't focus on enough, and that are easily overlooked. He mustn't get a lead pass, as we said earlier.
Yeah, look, I think it is something that really confuses a lot of Christians and troubles evangelicals. It doesn't seem to bother cultural Christians, non-practicing Christians so much, but it is that question of, but he's such a horrible person, which may be debatable, but even if taken as fact, he's such a horrible person, how can you possibly vote for someone with that kind of character and those kind of moral failings and that kind of attitude and arrogance and so on. And a lot of the worst accusations are certainly historical, not anything since he's been a candidate or a president.
I think that's true, particularly some of the areas of his treatment of women. And I think what is
which, to be clear, is reprehensible.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. And his past, certainly before he married Melania, there doesn't seem to be evidence of those sort of failings since, or possibly with Stormy Daniels. But look, his private life is his private life. Melania is still with him in the Oval Office in the White House. But people forget in all the huffing and puffing about Donald Trump's moral failings, which, as you say, we're not giving him a lead pass on. There remain to this day credible rape allegations against Bill Clinton, numerous, and his treatment of women is well documented. It's even believed that he and Hillary lived completely separate lives. Him down in Arkansas, she up in New York, and he's got his whatever going on down there. And people forget too that that sainted U.S. President John F. Kennedy was a sex addict and had prostitutes in the White House.
Yeah.
One can only imagine how this.
And there's none of those allegations about Trump
none
in
of
office.
None of that in office. None of what Bill Clinton and what JFK did.
And none of it's excusable.
None of it's excusable. But
in office, it's relevant to the office.
Absolutely. But you read the
prior to the office, it's simply historical. And when he says, "I'm sorry, I was wrong, and I won't do that again," which Trump has very clearly said that was wrong, and I regret behaving like that, then to not take that at face value is to look for a reason. And here's the thing is, we can't say it often enough, there's no excuse for that behaviour. But how long do we hold that against somebody and say you are forever disqualified from public service?
Exactly. That's a very good point. And if you read the critique, and Dr. Brown made this point very well, it's important to read what other sides of the news are saying. I try and read The Economist magazine. I've been reading the Washington Post in the lead up to this election. It seems like their critique against Trump is that he's not fit for the office. Somehow he's desecrated the office because of his behaviour. Well,
that was largely Troy Branston's comments as well.
Yeah, he and many others have said that.
Bad man, very bad, very orange, bad man.
And yet the lead passed to JFK and Bill Clinton. But if you look at the policy side of it, even The Economist magazine had to admit that on the economy, that the quarter most poorest people in the US, which would be mainly black people and Hispanics and lower socioeconomic white people, so that the quarter of the population that's the poorest have seen their wages increase by 5.4% per annum under the Trump administration. And that's a massive increase. And this is why, as Greg Sheridan pointed out, the donors to Trump's campaign that have given the most have been the people in the lower socio-economic income brackets, whereas the Biden campaign had received less money from people with more money. So the poor people have received it gladly and seem to have benefited, particularly in the pre-COVID economy.
And this is, I guess, where I fall on the Trump question, on the Trump test, is pretty much in line with Dr. Brown and what he's saying. And that is, look, there's no leave pass for his character failings, historical, though they are less relevant, or current, which are very relevant. And perhaps, there's certainly some conversation about the necessity of an unapologetic force of nature to counter the toxicity of the censorious left right now. But what matters is the policies. Yeah. What matters is the politics. What matters is how they will fight for justice, peace, liberty, and prosperity for those people who are most oppressed, most vulnerable, and most commonly exploited by the powerful, by the government, by the bureaucracies, by the policies. And to my mind, I feel my heart breaking the most for unborn children. They're not the only issue, but I think if we can say that the wholesale slaughter by the tens and hundreds of thousands in our nations, and certainly in America approaching 1 million a year, that this has got to be one of the most important issues. And on that score, leftist, Labor and Democrat candidates are consistently sociopathic.
Well, if you can have an administration, and let's take our partisan hats off for a moment, but if you've got someone and their administration that's pro-life, that is going to be proactively working for the human rights of the unborn. And as we discussed earlier, there's still more for Trump to do. Defunding Planned Parenthood has got to be next. The court is now set up to revisit Roe versus Wade. But
that's not going to happen. Roe v. Wade, I mean, there's not the numbers on the Supreme Court. The only hope of removing that is incremental advances. It'll be a very long time and no time soon before that decision is actually turned on its face and called bad law by the Supreme Court.
Yeah, well that's what I mean. I'm not sure what you mean when you say it's not going to happen. I think it can happen under this.
It'll be incremental. It won't be a turn on its face thing.
Yeah, I mean, the dynamics in the court are there, that if the case was run up, it may well, as Dr. Brown said, see a judgment that then puts the decision back to the state.
See, some of Trump's appointments to SCOTUS have not actually decided in favour of pro-life when given the opportunity. That's Trump's appointments. So just because they're his appointments hasn't been a guarantee that they're...
Well, one of his justices, I think, voted the wrong way in a transgender case. I'm not sure if any pro-life issues have faced the test there. But I think, to your earlier point, if you've got someone who is pro-life, just putting the partisan thing aside, is doing things that actively help the poor, like revitalising the economy in a way that lifts incomes. I mean, if any other world leader had lifted the incomes of the bottom quarter of the population by 5.4% in terms of their real wages, particularly in a country like Australia where wages growth has been stagnant for a very, very long time, that leader would be hailed as a hero. So you've got someone, to me, ticking the boxes for the marginalised in many ways. And then the character issues, okay, there's barnacles that come with that, but the positives that come with that is this crash or crash through ability and just the fearlessness that he is willing to take on the swamp. And there's no doubt there's been a bureaucracy and an establishment that has been opposed to change. He's shaken that up. And then on an international front, and Dr. Brown touched on this, is the China question. The Chinese Communist Party is an existential threat to the world. He mentioned his friends in Hong Kong. If we have a Biden presidency, as David Flint has said on The Good Source on his program, Take Back Your Country, that if Biden gets back in, the Democrats' continued managed decline of the US military will continue. We've already got the CCP conducting war games of amphibious landings on islands near Taiwan. They are poised to strike there, and that'll be the test for whoever occupies the Oval Office after today. Will they stand up to the CCP as it continues to flex its muscles? Yeah,
absolutely. We can welcome back to the discussion with maybe some breaking news, George Christensen, as well as the Courier Mail Assistant Editor, Damien Tomlinson. Welcome, Damien. Good to have you join us.
G'day, guys. Good to be here.
George,
well, look, the breaking news is CNN actually has as their lead headline that there are paths to victory for both Trump and Biden. Now, I'm sure they would have hated writing that headline, but the fact that CNN is now conceding that there is a path to victory, and look, I'm looking at the map, there is an absolutely clear path to victory. If he stays ahead in all of the states that haven't been called yet that he's ahead in, he's won. He's got more than 270. And they're all trending in his direction. What do you think, Tomo?
G'day, George. Good to see you. Look, it's an extraordinary spectacle what we're watching unfolding. And look, I think all of us in our heart of hearts expected to be, a little bit more, possibly a bit glummer this morning as we turn on our TVs for the first time. But it's all been good news so far, and even in the early counting when Biden was far ahead as he was expected to be, all of the signs were this glimmer of hope that has developed into an absolute avalanche of support for Trump as we're seeing unfold as all of these key states just begin to topple. And look, it still is way too early to pop the champers, but I can tell you the people in the Trump camp, they probably really should have expected to have packed up by now, and it's just not. He's holding on, and if anything, he's really surging in a lot of those key areas.
I'm almost at the point where I'm that excited about it that I'm willing to say I can't see really, unless there's a turnaround in some of these counts, which are all trending towards Trump in states like Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, Now Pennsylvania, Trump has widened the lead to 52-45. North Carolina is a bit closer, but Trump is pulling ahead there. It's nearly 50-49. Georgia and Florida, they haven't called him, but he's won them. I mean, forget talking about anything else. He's definitely won Georgia and Florida. So you start adding up these numbers. He's currently sitting, and sorry to bang on about this, but let's just do it. One of you guys pull out your calculator, Lyle or David. Add these numbers up. You got a calculator there?
Second, yes, I have.
Because I'm getting to more than 270. So he's got 109 at the moment. Wisconsin, another 10. Michigan, another 16. Ohio, another 18. Pennsylvania, another 20. Now, I won't add North Carolina yet because it's close, but Georgia, 16. Florida, 29. Texas, 38. Utah, 6. What have we got? What's the number?
Can you give those to me again? I hit times.
262 is my talent.
It's 262.
Yeah, and guess what? We're waiting to see what happens in North Carolina with 15 votes, and we've still got to wait to see what happens in Idaho with another 4 votes.
Let's not get too excited. Pennsylvania's got a hold though, George, hasn't it?
What's that? Sorry.
Well, yeah, I'm as excited as you, George, but Pennsylvania's still got a hold. Everything's got a hold for that scenario.
No, mate. Trump's just increased his lead by another 0.3% in Pennsylvania. He's won Pennsylvania. They'll keep on talking about it for a while, but the trend is your friend, and it's certainly Donald Trump's friend right there, right now.
Called the U.S. election about 15 minutes ago. He's continuing to say, Pennsylvania, 5:28 p.m. Folks, it's all over. You heard it from George. Here on the good source.
If I see Trump's vote cracking more than 50% in North Carolina, I may as well go home.
He stooped you, Damien. What's the Courier Mail got to say about that?
Well,
we seem to have lost your internet there.
You're back, Damien. We just lost you for a moment.
Sorry. As I was saying, News Corp consumers or readers of the Courier Mail and the Australian and other News Corp products will be less surprised about what they're seeing unfold than others if you consume other mainstream media or especially social media. And that was the point I was hoping to make this afternoon, is that no matter what happens this afternoon, and I'm less gung ho than George, but I would probably just say that it was probably a good idea to board up Saks and Macy's. Put it that way.
Apparently, though, well, I got to say that I love News Limited, but I saw news.com.au an article on there that was suggesting that the boarding up of all of those businesses was because of armed militia Trump supporters. I thought to myself, recent history suggests it might be something else that they're worried about.
Exactly. Look, news.com.au does the same thing, and I'm proud to say that all of our various arms of News Corp are independent and free thinking. So good on them. They cater to a certain audience, but the newspapers and the network, especially Sky News. I mean, if you watch their rolling coverage, including the feeds from the States, it really is a wonderful spectacle what we're seeing today. And the analysis I've found has been quite down the line. Richo's on Sky at the moment, keeping the flame alight for Joe. But look, what we're seeing fed in from the States and elsewhere is just is pretty convincing. And I'd like to just acknowledge that it's yet another democratic rejection of the filth that you see on social media. I just really hope that this time all these celebrities leave America.
Well, just going back to those betting odds, Trump is now $1.33 to Biden $3. That tells you something. Tomo, what do you think about Albanese coming out yesterday and sort of hinting that Trump might rig the election, and that's going to damage the Australia-US alliance? Any comment on that?
Look, I think I think it's just talking points that really resonate with the people that he's talking to. I think the American election is always going to be controversial, especially in a voluntary, non-compulsory voting democracy, where the turnout is as important as the vote. I think it lends itself to these conspiracy theories about vote rigging and this mail ballots conspiracies and all the rest of it. It does. If you can say one thing in defence of Australia's democracy or our system, is compulsory voting really does take that particular element out of the equation. And I don't know. Look, I think Albo, has to do something to try and appeal to his base because he's on the nose with the other mob and he's losing ground fast with even his own people. So good on him.
Yeah.
Damien, do you think, as someone who's in the media, do you think there'll be some introspection as a result of, yet again, it would seem, the results going the way that was not predicted by the mainstream media and by the pollsters, by the polling companies that they all rely on? What do you think is going on? Is it just hubris and arrogance and Donald Trump derangement syndrome that causes them to go the way they go in the lead up to these presidential elections that Trump contests? And do you think there'll be some introspection as a result of this should Donald Trump win tonight?
Look, I'd love to say, Lyle, that there will be, but I think sadly we've all watched and observed the reactions both in 2016, which was probably the most stunning result any of us have witnessed, leading into then the so-called ScoMo miracle of May 2019. And what we're witnessing today is apart from a moment's pause where probably some prominent lefties go back and delete a few tweets, that's the only moment of silence before they reload and just start hammering away at the old, tired old points. I mean, I held hope last year after the federal election that there might be a return to some sanity in the discourse that we watch unfold every day. But look, you open up any social media platform every morning, it's Groundhog Day. It's the morning of May 18 last year, and people think Labor's on top. ScoMo's about to be sacked. The government's about to be thrown out. It's just this parallel universe which is dominated by a particular section of political life, which is that sort of activist left. And unfortunately, a lot of the networks which rely on free content to fill their pages and fill their websites, that they legitimize these sort of social media bubbles and turn them into real news. And unfortunately, that makes people think that this stuff is really happening. But as we've seen time and time again, social media is not a reflection of reality. And the people that dominate the conversations on social media are the people who you just would not be in the same room with in a social setting. They're just the most awful people you could possibly imagine.
So, Damien, is it time for there to be an activist centre-right? I think the thing that Trump has shown us is that it is possible to take on the so-called culture wars, and I believe the culture wars are real. He unashamedly engages in them and makes the case and is demonised and vilified for it. Yet there are very few politicians in Australia. George is an admirable and notable, courageous exception. But if we had more people, and particularly at the highest levels of government, who would be prepared to ruffle the feathers of the activist left and the Twitterati, do you think that would, help bring out the conservative base in a country like Australia and embolden common sense and help get us into a better discourse? I know it might cause some polarisation initially, but we've got to have some truth and fact into the public discourse, which is certainly missing in the Australian context.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and I think we all wish that the centre right would find its voice and develop a song sheet for that side of politics to sing from. But unfortunately, that's the nature of conservative politics, is that, it's not sexy. It's not. There's no sort of hopeful message. It's all about stability, responsibility. These aren't catchwords that are going to get people on it, signing up on a petition, if you know what I mean. And the old centre righty, like myself, like George, like you, to varying degrees, we are people who aren't afraid to have arguments at barbecues, and we see, our friends one by one get picked off and just go with the flow on that side of the fence, where it is very fashionable to be anti-conservative and to talk about refugees, talk about, all of those hot button topics that conservatives aren't afraid to defend and have arguments over. You see one by one, just the activist left consume more and more of that middle ground by people who it's just easier to go with the flow, and it's been ever thus, and it's unfortunately, I don't really know how to turn that around, and we saw that in the state election. I think conservative politics is not sexy business, and it's difficult and if it was, it wouldn't be conservative. So, I don't know how they turn things around, other than just repeated reality checks like what we may see unfold here in the American election today, where people wake up and go, maybe they're right.
One of the most important questions I think we need to answer or discover today is whether a Trump victory, unpredicted, will end up with Kevin Rudd complaining about the Courier Mail and the Australian newspaper conspiracy theories again.
Well, I think that's probably guaranteed. And at last count, I think Kevin Rudd's anti-Murdoch Royal Commission petition had achieved the same level of support that Clive Palmer had achieved at the last federal election. So, look, he's neck and neck with the big fella, so he should be really proud.
You should stick to growing a decent beard. I mean, it's just nut stuff and vicious, vengeful stuff. I mean, you've got to pick one bone with you there. I mean, no one's ever accused me of being centre right. But can I just say, some of your colleagues in the broadcast media went out sort of saying how Trump needs to be removed. This is a chance for America to sort of redeem itself, and that he will be. I see an hour ago those same broadcast channels or networks saying with glee the early results for Ohio, that they say where Ohio goes, so goes the White House. They might be, this was when Biden was in the lead, they might be eating their words now. But, we just see this left-wing bias in the media with a lot of exceptions, particularly in the News Limited media. Why do we see this just blatant bias in our press and in our media?
Well, I touched on it before, George, and it really is just a reflection of the resourcing of media. We've had this inverse correlation between the rise of the internet and social media with the reduction of faith and support for traditional media. So we've got 24-hour news channels all of a sudden, but no. Sorry. So
is it part of them all being on Twitter and in their own echo chamber, bouncing the ideas off each other, and that just permeates through into the stories that they write and broadcast?
That's what I was about to say. Is we all have these very hungry, resource-heavy news services to maintain, and dwindling sort of sources of information to stack them with. So newsrooms aren't as big as they used to be. We don't have the expert comment that was available once upon a time. Chat is the cheapest form of commentary you can get. Ironic that here we are chatting, but it's fair to say that the rise of shows like The Drum, Q&A, those sorts of things. You can write a story about what someone said on some panel show and get a story out of it, and that gets your Facebook post, that gets you a story on the website, that gets people clicking, that gets people talking. You can write about the reaction, and suddenly you have a news cycle. And unfortunately, what this serves to do is legitimize what is otherwise just dead air that's filled with just nonsense throughout the day and night on these 24-hour channels. In Sky's defense, I would say that it is at least considered analysis and from a broader scope across the political spectrum, where people, and thankfully now with Sky being broadcast in regional areas through the Wind network, the Bushies are getting a much more balanced view across the political divide. So, that is the reason for it. It's that the news is a hungry business, and the resources just haven't matched the thirst for information. So unfortunately, social media becomes legitimised, and I think that's to the detriment of the whole setup.
Damien, how do you think we can get a more gentler, quieter polity, if I can sort of badly paraphrase, I think, Tony Abbott from a few years ago?
Look, it's difficult. As I say, conservative politics isn't sexy. It's not something fun to talk about. That balancing budgets and stuff like that's not fun. People would much rather talk about saving the refugees and building more houses for hippies. So it's very difficult. But I think,
Damien, do you think Donald Trump has made conservative politics sexy by being such a disruptor and by helping people see that what's at stake in terms of the economy, the Chinese Communist Party's influence, the importance of getting debt under control, having freedom of speech and freedom of religion? Has he cast a vision that's not just reactionary? It's make America great again. I think everyone wants to see their country great. We want to stop being told that we have inner racism and that we should be ashamed of our country. I mean, is that sort of positive conservatism that Trump projects, is that perhaps part of the answer to making conservative sexy again, if I can use that term?
Yeah, well, look, I say that conservative politics isn't sexy, but, we see time and time again conservative governments returned in our federal setting. So, it clearly resonates with that silent, the quiet Australians, as they call them. But Trump has definitely emboldened the conservative voter, but in a way, and I have some people that I really respect, is certainly close family members who appreciate Trump's efforts as far as the economic key indicators that I think all presidents should be judged by, and yet reject his sort of the character of Donald Trump, and I think that's okay to be. It's okay to not love the character, but I would ask that people who criticise him look beyond the bravado and the tweeting and all the rest of it, and just look at the key performance indicators of a president, which are those surging economic numbers and the great strides he's done for peace in the Middle East, the sanctions against China, all those things you mentioned. He's brought them into the mainstream, and people have started thinking about that. And I think that might be part of the reason why he's so perceived to be so dangerous to the left or the swamp, is that it's been a very cozy existence with America, tipping all their money into all these causes around the world and propping up all these organisations. And Trump's just come in and said, well, that's crap. We're struggling here. We need that money back. And that resonates with the down-home sort of patriots and embarrasses the leather-patched, academics, which is it's beautiful for me, because as a common man, I think it's great to see a president standing up for America, and that make America great again. Such a simple phrase, but geez, it's been powerful.
What do you think would happen here in Australia if an Australian Prime Minister stood up and said, we're not going to have any more critical race theory taught in our schools, we're not going to teach kids gender fluid ideology, we're going to build coal-fired power stations and become an economic superpower with energy superpower using the resources we have here? What if an Australian Prime Minister projected that sort of vision? How do you reckon that would play here?
Well, log on to a social media platform and you'll probably find that is the conspiracy theory that we already have a Prime Minister who's exactly like Donald Trump and all the rest of it, when in reality he's very much centre right, and really to the frustration of a lot of righties is that the government does have to cater for all this blob in the middle, if you know what I mean, of the electorate, and it is difficult, and you could only imagine that result like the Trump presidency, and if he's re-elected today, that does embolden conservative governments, and hopefully they become a little bit more courageous as far as pushing some of those policies that we know are the best idea, but we also recognise will upset the left of centre types that the government really does need to try and win over to their side. So it's always a delicate balance. George has never been shy about hanging his neck out on those perspectives, but he's from Mackay. I'm from North Queensland as well. Those things aren't controversial up there. A lot of people feel the same way. So It's only when he's in the halls of Canberra that it's somehow controversial. But to the people of Dawson and people of North Queensland, we want coal-fired power up there. We want cheap power because at the moment it's an extension cord from Gladstone, which is just this ridiculous scenario.
Yeah, I just wonder. Sorry to be hogging the mic, but we've just had the Queensland election last weekend, where we've seen a big surge in the Green vote, particularly in the inner city areas of Brisbane. And okay, people ran to Anastasia Palaszczuk because of COVID, but I just wonder if the public discourse included a more informed debate that helped people understand that you can't run an economy off solar panels and windmills, and that battery storage doesn't work. Even the CFMEU are starting to acknowledge this. No one ever hears the counter argument because the media and the leftist elites all conspire to control and constrain the debate and demonise anyone like George who says otherwise. So there's this stranglehold in the inner city, and there's a very, what I would consider, ignorant vote. And I think, this is where Trump breaks through all that, and whether we need something like that sort of disruption here to help our inner city and suburban people understand, that more of a factual side of some of these critical public policy debates that we seem to be more abound in.
You're absolutely right. And, George knows better than anybody that, there are, we can all work with the same set of facts, but it's the spin, and that's where politicians come in, that's where media comes in, that's where commentators come in, where the way you spin that message can completely change the reality of it. So, I think that is a reflection of the Trump presidency, is he's found a way to delegitimize the media, which, I don't think is 100% a great idea. But to his credit, he just speaks directly to the people, and it's garbled, and sometimes it makes him look a bit silly, but he has delegitimized that middleman, which is the media, and he speaks directly to his people and follows through with what he says most of the time. I think the danger of that scenario is that, he's demonstrated that you don't need the media to get your message out. And I think that what that actually does to counterbalance is it shows the problem with social media that I have, which is that it's completely dominated by sort of focus grouped Labor and left-wing Green sort of think tank, trendy young socialist sort of types who come up with memes and videos and all that sort of stuff, which serves exactly the same purpose that Trump does. So the frustration with him speaking directly to the populace is exactly my criticism of the left's dominance of social media. They speak directly to people in their homes, and there is no filter. The media has to. There's a lot of hoops that have to be hurdled before a story makes it into print, and those checks and balances are what you could usually rely on to make sure that what you're reading is factual. In social media, it's a complete Wild West. There are no checks and balances. You can do whatever you like, and in exactly the same way that Trump does it, the left does it as well. And I think, if anything, this needs to be, we need to have some sort of a reflection of what social media has done to discourse, not only in politics, but our civilization, really, because, we've got rioting around the world. We've got all sorts of things, which is based on people just being fed little nuggets, and nobody gets the full picture. They just watch a funny video and suddenly they're picketing down the road. It's really not a reflection of reality.
Well, it's time for some updates, and we're going to head over to the Australian website to have a look at that. They currently have Trump on 108 electoral college votes with 270 needed to win, and Biden on 133. But over on Fox, they actually have Biden on 133 and Trump on 115, closing that gap. And you also see that in the key battleground seats of Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, Trump is ahead, but Biden ahead in Minnesota. And that's how the map is looking right now as well.
Could I just say that my predictions about each of these states which are leaning towards Trump but haven't been declared yet is indeed Wisconsin. Trump has increased his margin. In Michigan, Trump has severely increased his margin. In Ohio, Trump is now 52.8%. In Michigan, is 55%. In Pennsylvania, Trump is nearly 55% of the vote. And North Carolina, what did I say before? Trump's just hit 50% to Joe Biden, 48.8. So it ain't looking good for Joe. There was some speculation on CNN that early voting that hasn't yet been counted could tip Pennsylvania back towards Biden. I guess that's a possibility. But my understanding was they were counting the early voting in some states straight up. So I'm not sure whether it's been counted or not. But what I got to tell you, Trump is now 54.6% of the vote in Pennsylvania.
Well, that's certainly encouraging news, George. It's certainly looking like things are trending red. If you've just joined our coverage, Donald Trump is on his pathway towards a second term, 4 more years in the White House. We've been talking to Damien Tomlinson from the Courier Mail. And of course, we've got George Christensen, member for Dawson, up there in Mackay with us, and Dave Pellowe, host of Pellowe Talk and producer and editor at large of the Good Source News. Damien, I presume you're still with us there. What do you think the implications of a Trump victory are going to be for Australia? What will it mean in terms of our foreign policy in particular, and our relationship with the Asia Pacific and particularly China?
Look, I think it will serve to really bolster our efforts to advance Australia's interests in the South Pacific and Asia Pacific. It can only be good for our relations. I think we would have found a way to work with the Biden administration as well. Australia and America have always been strong allies, but the relationship already forged between Scott Morrison and Donald Trump is healthier than most on the world stage, and that certainly benefits Australia and has had benefits for us. As far as holding back the tide of China, we've obviously got our disagreements with them at the moment. Lobster on the tarmac, as it's called now. So obviously those efforts will be bolstered by having a strong ally return to the White House. As for what it means militarily, I think it can only be good. I really see only upsides as far as Australia standing on the world stage. Having America in our corner for the past 4 years in a much more positive position has been wonderful for our advancing our interest in this region.
Yes, certainly.
Can I just say that CNN is showing a projected pathway, not what they say will happen, but a projected pathway to Trump having over 300 votes, somewhere between 295 and 310 votes.
It's incredible.
That's certainly incredible. Damien, did you expect at 2:00 in the afternoon for us to be in this position?
Just to clarify, it's not being called.
You called it 45 minutes ago, George.
I did hesitantly, but a projected pathway. So it's a possible pathway that they're saying. They wouldn't be showing that if they, they've got their own biases. So they wouldn't be showing that if it wasn't looking like that was possibly the case.
Absolutely. Look, it is stunning to watch what's going on. I expected today to be a fun day watching democracy unfold. I always knew that the result wouldn't be what we've been force-fed from the left biased media around the world, and really, it's been this delicious wait, getting ready for election day, which we always knew would be just like 2016. I wasn't confident in 2016. I just went into it hoping that another Clinton wouldn't be running the US. And lo and behold, this TV star came out of the woodwork and blitzed everybody. So it was great to see. And the scenes ever since have been, quite enjoyable to watch in many respects. So watching today, look, if it's going the way that it looks like it's going, and maybe it's just the networks all foxing because they were so biased the other way last time. Maybe they're trying to jinx it for Trump. I'm not sure. But it's been delicious to watch. And I always expected today to be a fun day, no matter what the result. and I always knew it wouldn't be as bad as the left would let us believe.
Damien, thank you so much for joining us today. Appreciate the work you do to keep the mainstream a somewhat safe place in the Courier Mail, a safe place for honesty and truth. We don't need protection from facts, but protection from lies and partisan agendas. So thank you very much for the Murdoch conspiracy.
Well, thanks very much for having me, Dave. It's always fun to catch up.
Thank you. Right, well, next we have on the line joining us from the great state of Victoria under Chairman Dan, Avi Yemeni. Avi, very good to have you join us today. Welcome to the show.
G'day, lads. Thanks for having me.
What's your prediction if you haven't already looked at the bookies and news websites?
I trust NMBC when I look at their one, even they're projecting Trump. Can't argue with that. Follow the money as well. Follow the money. The Chinese currency's crashing. The stock market's enjoying the moment. Sports bet. All the sports things are essentially declaring Trump the winner. So I think what we've known for a while is playing out in front of us.
Avi, it's Lyle Shelton here. Avi, I saw on the internet, YouTube, somewhere you interviewing the naked cowboy in New York City. Tell us about that.
That was a while ago. That's about a year and a half ago, I think now. Actually, with Laura Loomer, who unfortunately didn't win that seat in Florida today.
Sadly.
Do you hear me there?
Yes, we can. Yeah, keep going.
Yeah.
And we were walking. We were interviewing people, doing a bunch of stories in New York, and we then hit a couple of the local bars there, and we're walking past the naked cowboy, and we were just asking people that day what they thought of Trump, and we weren't getting that so much positive feedback, let's say, in New York as you'd imagine. But then he started singing, and between his words, his lyrics, the music, and the alcohol, it was quite a lovely mix.
well, he was certainly.
Why do you think you knew Laura Loomer? Must have done pretty well in Florida. She was running in Florida, right? It was one of the
she was running
seats in
Florida.
Florida. Is that correct?
She was running in a seat that has not been won by a Republican for a very long time. Actually, Trump voted for it. It's in Trump's. But she won. This is a woman that's been censored from every mainstream social media network. She's only on Parler. She got 38%. She got 160 or 150,000 votes. The Democrat got 58%, but on 230. If there was 11% difference with somebody that had all the that had the entire establishment, both the left and a lot of the Republican establishment against her, as well as entire social media. This last election was entirely social media, and she didn't really have any. So she did incredibly well. I know she's obviously going to be really disappointed today, but I think she can hold her head up high.
So these tech tyrants have done a fair bit of deplatforming. I mean, Laura Loomer, you've just talked about, but obviously the New York Post has had its Twitter account banned or suspended. There's been others. The president has had censorship on his account. On and on. You've been subject to this sort of stuff too, haven't you?
I'm banned. I'm not allowed to have a pro Avi Yemeni Facebook page. You can have one that's against me, like if you're there to hate. But if you set up, I had a page a couple months ago that I just set up for fun, and it got 160,000 followers in 12 weeks, and they pulled it down. But what's
your view on what we should do about this? Because on the one hand, they're private companies, but on the other hand, they have so much power these days, and it just seems if they're trying to be platforms, they should be free and open.
Exactly. So they have to choose either they're publishers or they're just platforms for everyone to enjoy. So you can't have both ways. If you want to enjoy the the security and the safety and the privileges of just being a platform that takes no responsibility of what your users write on there, as long as it's not illegal. You know, we have laws around illegal content, but if you want those privileges, then you have to act that way. But you can't have it where then you choose. You know, the election was a perfect time. You watch Trump. You watch the lead up to this election. It's been unbelievable, the amount of censorship. And this is something that Laura Loomer specifically has been warning Trump since 2016 about, saying you need to do something about this.
Yeah,
and this,
yeah.
the only fear I had in this election, was the fact that Trump didn't have what he had last time when it came to social media. He beat last time. The establishment was against him. The mainstream media was against him, and he was able to get his message out to the people via social media, and not just his own social media accounts. We're talking about all these different people that are now deplatformed, and the fact that back then social media wasn't just deleting URLs, banning URLs. That's where we've gotten to, where even the New York Post can have a URL ban. So I was worried about that, but thankfully, and I hope in his next 4 years, in these next beautiful 4 years until Don Jr. takes over.
He's hoping.
He actually, you know, they are starting to move on it. You see, he was starting to push legislation through to protect freedom of speech, and it is something that's so important.
Harvey, you're just a little bit faint there. If you can speak up a fraction and perhaps get a bit closer to your mic. I'm interested in your comments about the role the tech giants are playing, and we've seen Twitter and Facebook play all sorts of funny games. This morning I saw Rasim Kassam of War Room Pandemic, which is Steve Bannon's platform. He tweeted that the War Room Twitter handle has been suspended for 12 hours. Now, these guys have done an amazing job in bringing us information about Hunter Biden's laptop and all the disclosures there about his engagement with the Chinese Communist Party and the cash for access from CCP figures and Ukrainian businessmen, things that Biden denied in the campaign that seem to be lies as a result of that. This is really concerning, isn't it? When on an election day, you've got a major news platform, alternative news platform, being deplatformed by Twitter.
Absolutely, I think yep, there we go. I agree with you. It's interference in the election. It's 100%. There's no secret that the big bosses at Twitter and Facebook and YouTube, they all want Biden to win. They despise Trump. So I would have wanted to see something move along on that 2 years ago, 3 years ago, when we could see the warning signs, when voices that maybe you and I didn't agree with were getting pulled down. I remember when some of the big pages in Australia that I certainly didn't agree with were getting pulled down, and I would ask people in the media, how do you feel about that? Do you not see that where we're heading when they start banning people based on simply not liking their worldview, not agreeing with them? And they kind of shrugged it off, saying, "Oh well, they don't have. Why are you defending them, Harvey? They hate Jews." Oh, that doesn't change the fact they can hurt my feelings. They should have that freedom to hurt my feelings, just like I should have the right to defend myself and to be able to answer them back. But unfortunately, we came to this election where, hopefully, it looks like it didn't have the intended effect. So thankfully, hopefully, I'm on my way to the pub in a minute. So you better win.
That's brilliant. George, do you have some numbers for us on?
Oh, look, a whole heap of the states on the other side of the US have come through. And yes, as predicted, California, 55 votes. It's now firmly in the Biden camp. Oregon, same thing. And Washington, same thing. So another 7 with Oregon and another 12 with Washington. But Idaho and Utah, Wyoming and Montana looks like it's all in the Trump's camp. Montana is tight But there's no surprises in any of that from the I think that's the western seaboard of the US, isn't it?
It looks like Biden might have pulled ahead in Arizona, George. Are you picking that up as well?
Yeah. Look, and Arizona was always considered that it would go to him. There was sort of some talk about there being potentially some upset with Latino vote going to Trump there, but no, that hasn't happened. So Arizona,
Trump 2016. Obviously, you'd want to hang on to that, but as you say, that might be flipping the other way. So long as he can hang on to Pennsylvania and Ohio.
Yeah, and his lead's increased in both Pennsylvania and Ohio. It's increased in Michigan. It's increased in Wisconsin. It's increased in North Carolina again. I mean, as I say, the trend is your friend in politics, and it's certainly Donald Trump's friend.
Avi, what do you think is likely to happen with the outcome? Do you think Trump is a surety, or do you think it is a little bit of risk yet to play out?
Trump's got it. I believe Trump's got it. I don't think that there's a question. The question is what time and how and by how much, and whether the other side's going to accept it straight away or not. Unfortunately, either way, whatever plays out tonight, I think it's going to be a tough night in the US. Whoever wins, to be honest.
Avi, they were talking about, not talking about. There were store owners boarding up shop fronts and all that sort of stuff in a lot of cities, and there was commentary that I had to laugh at, but it was saying that this could be in preparation for the Proud Boys or some other armed militia coming out and causing violence. What do you think about that? It's a softball.
I'm not going to sit here and deny that there are some on the right that may turn to violence if they feel like the election's being stolen, whether they're right about the election being stolen or not. But the real threat certainly does not stand with the Proud Boys, and the Proud Boys specifically. I've seen a lot of them, and a lot of those guys are actually decent. Proud Boys. Proud to be boys, proud to be American or Australian or whatever. The real threat is, unfortunately, when Trump wins, they're not going to have it. It's an excuse for them. That's all they're looking for. They're always just looking for the next excuse. The fact is that even if Biden won, I predict, maybe some on the right will get really angry for the first night. It won't compare to the kind of riots we've seen from Black Lives Matter and Antifa. But I guarantee you that within a week, Antifa, Black Lives Matter, they're going to turn their focus on Kamala Harris and they're finally going to remember all her treatment to the African American community and her record on incarceration. So they're just looking for an excuse. It's coming either way. I think the best thing for America is like pulling off a Band-Aid to rip it off, get Trump in there and let him bring in the National Guard and take it down. Because even if Biden wins, I think it's going to be a much more prolonged, violent period for America, unfortunately.
Mate, can I ask about what's going on down in Victoria? Completely different from the US election, but we're all sort of advocates for freedom here. You're on the ground. I've seen some of your reporting. Give us an update of just what the hell's going on, particularly in Melbourne.
Oh, we've had 4 days of 0 cases. Or no, this is the 5th or the 4th day. I can't remember now. We're having that many zeros that I can't remember how many days in a row being zero. But our average is, I think, 1.4, our 14-day rolling average. But yesterday, there was a lockdown protest, a protest to end a lot of the restrictions, including the fact that you can't travel more than 25 kilometers from your home. Now, there was a few hundred, maybe 700, 500, between 500 to 700, I'm just guessing here, that peacefully attended the CBD to demonstrate, to protest, to essentially enact their human right of freedom of speech and of political communication in a public space. And was surreal because I'm standing there with the group talking to people who were mostly at first socially distanced until they were kind of surrounded and
corralled
by Victoria Police. And you had normal uniform cops all linked up, and then you had the special operations squad coming as like a gang. They kind of opened the police line just to let them in, and they grabbed one by one violently to process them. 400 arrests, 400 fines, I think, or close to. Every arrest came with a fine, $1,652. Although there was one man that I spoke to that showed me his fine on camera, and you can see it at Rebel News yesterday's report, a $5,000 fine. In fact, they became so good at this. They've got their system so down pat, Victoria Police, that now they have this makeshift police station that comes with them to these processes. They just set it up wherever, and they used to, in the beginning of the pandemic, they used to have to write out the fines, like what, the reason for the. Now they have a stamp. It's just they've become efficient at shutting down dissent, and then there's 2 points here. One, what's the real threat? What danger do these people really pose? There's really no coronavirus left in Victoria. So why are you trying to squash this so hard? Second is compare it to Black Lives Matter. I was at Black Lives Matter. There were tens of thousands on the street. On the day of Black Lives Matter, we had 4 confirmed cases and much less testing than we have now. We had much more active cases, and that's again with less testing than we have now. So there's certainly much less coronavirus about in Victoria now. But what did Victoria Police do then? They took a knee.
Yeah.
They didn't push anyone back. They didn't give out one fine. They didn't arrest anyone. And then on top of that, last night in St Kilda Beach, there was mass youth gangs, you want to call them, partying and punching on and lighting flares. Do you think they got 400 arrests and charges? And I think there was at the end 1 or 2 arrests. An absolute joke. What's happening in Victoria is disgraceful. And anyone that cares about it, I don't care if you're left, right, and at a lot of these protests, I've got to say, it's warming to see that it's not just the right. It's actually across the board. You've got people from all walks of life, all religions, all cultures, not religion, just they're standing for freedom, united in the fact that they are really angry with what the Andrews government is doing.
Yeah, Harvey, well said on all that, and the hypocrisy there is unbelievable. Just coming back to the US election, and talking to someone like yourself who's been is a prominent figure and pioneer in the alternative media space and helping embolden conservative voices in this country. If Trump is to be re-elected and falls over the line, what do you think that means for the conservative movement in this country? And for people like yourselves who have been pioneering in a pretty hard space where you're used to demonisation and vitriol, is this going to embolden the movement, and is going to embolden people like you?
I think it vindicates us. For months we've been saying Trump's got this, and we get laughed at. And they're like, oh, you're not a real journalist anyways. What makes you're not a real journalist? The real journalists have been reading the polls, and the polling tells us that Biden's got this for sure. So I think for all of us in alternative media, this is 100% a vindication. And I, not to make it about me, but I think it will really help those voices that have been standing out there, not only in 2016, because this time they were saying they took into account all the mistakes they made in 2016. So this time they got it right. And you crazy fringe dwellers are the ones that have it wrong. Well, guess what? After this election, I reckon a lot more people in the mainstream are going to look at, Rebel News or other sources, or any other alternative source, and go, I think I might start listening to the people that have been getting it right lately. I don't care if they have a fancy CNN logo or ABC funding. We're just going to start taking note of the people that are getting it right.
Yeah. I wonder if it'll cause people to perhaps be less of those quiet Australians. You know, Morrison referenced this in his win, which was unexpected last year. There is that quiet conservatism out there. Do you think we might see become less quiet and perhaps people, become a little bit more vocal about what they believe, and hopefully, see a bit more balance in the public discourse even?
I think 100%. If you look at the last election, if you remember before 2016, a lot of people would not say they supported Trump, and then when he won it, and some of his policies, they wouldn't publicly say it. But then after he won, and then his narrative became a little bit more palatable to many, even in the establishment class of of Australian politics. Suddenly, things that you would never say in early 2000, or 2015, suddenly became okay. So I think that if he wins again, it's going to further that. And a lot of what Trump has been saying through his last 4 years, I think are going to not only become more mainstream, they're going to be more acceptable to say. And when you see also the narrative till now is that Trump is the racist and whatever, blah blah, all those things. But then you see, in Florida, such a high thing of a turn for Hispanic votes, and you see so many African Americans coming out to say in support of voting in Donald Trump because of his policies, not because of his Twitter feed. I think people are going to take note of all of that and are going to feel like, you know what, I can actually have my opinion, and guess what? No matter how hard the left tries, I can still re-win an election.
I wonder if there's a way for Conservatives, if Trump does win, that we can help heal some of this polarisation that we've seen. You mentioned that Conservative commentators like yourself, and I'm sure many others, will feel vindicated as a result. And that's very understandable given the vitriol against us and the arrogance of the mainstream media and their complete disdain for people with a conservative view. But I wonder if there's a gracious way that those who have got platforms like ourselves can communicate this win in a way that can perhaps bring some healing and try and get the discourse on a more civil basis to what we've seen over this last period.
I think that is gonna. It's not only going to take. It takes two sides to make that happen. At the end of the day, I find that the right is often, or at least I am willing, and I know a lot of people that I know that work in this space are willing and wanting to speak to the other side and to discuss issues in a respectful way. But the problem is that often the other side is so disrespectful. They just turn to name calling, and I don't see that changing. So I'm not sure. My focus is in exposing things for everyday people to see. I don't care what side of politics you're on. So for the normal person who may not care so much about politics, whose only exposure to Donald Trump is via Channel 9, 10, 7, The Project, the narratives of the mainstream media. So if after this election, people turn around and go, oh, maybe there's something to the fact that, what we're being fed is not necessarily 100% true. And then they're willing to come in and listen and to talk to people like me. And instead of just judging me based on what the mainstream media, who keeps lying about Donald Trump, who keeps lying about me, who keeps lying about anyone that doesn't fit or suit their narrative. So I'm hoping that it opens it up like that. But I just don't see political figures or political commentators from the other side coming to sit down like we're doing here. And there's nothing more that I love than talking to the other side. I think we've got to do more of that.
Well, maybe it can start with us. I think maybe we can start. We've all been the victims of name calling and vitriol from the other side, but maybe we can perhaps show a different spirit, still hold to our views, but not engage in that. And we talked about this earlier on this broadcast. We wish that Trump wouldn't be so nasty to his opponents and the name calling and all this sort of thing. So maybe it can start with us. I think if we believe that our policy ideas are right and our ideas that we argue for are, stick to them, but treat people with respect and dignity, and maybe we can see change over time. Have we lost you there, Arby?
Sorry, we got you back, Arby. We lost you there just for a second.
What is that?
We lost you just for a second. What was it that you said straight after Lyle finished?
Oh, I said I've got to run off now. I'm meant to be driving us to the pub to start the celebrations early, so I'm going to have to leave you guys. I love you guys. Thank you so much. And I think that was a good note to leave on. And hopefully, at the end of this, when we win, we can take it up from there and really engage the other side. I like that idea, mate.
Yeah, good on you, Arby.
Thanks, Arby. Really appreciate you coming on today. It's been great having you. And just want to now welcome to the broadcast another good source commentator, a person with great insights onto the political life and culture of the West generally, but also America specifically. And that's a comrade in arms against the socialist state, resisting Comrade Dan. And that is Bill Muehlenberg, although he's just popped off for a second, so hopefully we'll get him back soon. Let's have a look at the updates, and we see the CNN politics map has a lot of red across the centre west, what they call the flyover states, and that's looking good. But what is happening in some of these seats on Fox News is some of these hot races. Arizona, Biden is leading. Florida, Fox News has called a certain Trump win.
Wow, that's significant. That's now in the certain. We've been saying that all broadcasts, but now that definitely called for Trump. Shows that he's well really still in this race.
Which one are we talking about there? Florida? Is that? Yeah. Florida's definitely been included by all the major networks in the Trump camp now.
And we see Iowa with a very strong lead towards President Trump as well, 75%. Michigan, Texas, and Wisconsin all leading with Trump. But Pennsylvania, Biden is leading. That's one that's going to be very important for Trump, as well as Biden leading in Minnesota and Nevada. I'd like to welcome to the broadcast Bill Muehlenberg. And Bill, thanks for joining us. And how are you seeing things playing out? What's your prediction for the Electoral College? Will Trump get to 270? And if so, you've got a more accurate number. How close will he get to 300, perhaps? Just seem to have internet trouble with you there, Bill.
I think he will make it. In fact,
We've got you. We've got you now. We've got you now.
Me?
Yeah, we've got you again.
Still good? All right. Thanks for having me. I'm believing he'll make it fairly easily to the 70 and then some. In fact, I just posted on Facebook that after 4 losses in a row, New Zealand, TT, Queensland, and the Geelong Cats, I'm expecting now a big win in the contest that really matters. So longer time goes on.
It really is the race that matters. Tell me, why do you think a Trump presidency for another 4 years is so important to Australia?
We can simply talk about what the alternative would have been, the push for the whole agenda. Biden wouldn't have made it very far, obviously, so Kamala would have got in. who knows how bad it could have been if that would be the case. But with Trump back in, do more of the same. In fact, he doesn't have to worry about the following election because there only will be 2 for him. So he can really be even more free to do what he set out to do. He's already done plenty of good stuff to begin with, but much more can be done. It's already looked. Senate and the House will be basically the same. The Republicans will control the Senate, and the Democrats will still have the House, maybe with a few more seats. So there'll still be some argy-bargy, giving and take, but with 2 out of the 3 in Republican hands, reason to finish the job, whether it's finishing the border along Mexico, so many other things, more peace with Israel and other Middle Eastern countries, more wage growth, lower wages, better jobs, better for the economy. Just on every front, another 4 years will be massive, and didn't want to vote for him. There's no question it'll be a better outcome.
Bill, we've just seen Trump lose Arizona. You still remain confident that he can find his way through?
Now,
It sounds like we've got some internet issues there. Look,
yeah, we can do it. He still should have Texas, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and so on.
We can hear you, Bill. There's just a bit of a delay.
Well, again, we have to wait a bit more. Some of the things that gives me.
We're having trouble with Bill's internet there.
Yeah.
And Graham Richardson on Sky has pretty well conceded things, so that's a cause for hope, I think.
That's interesting. That's thanks for that update, because when Graham Richardson is being pessimistic about the left's opportunities, you know it's not his wishful thinking.
But the point is here, the only hope for Joe Biden, and we're talking a hope, not a clear pathway, is to win Arizona. So he's won Arizona, so the hope still lingers on. But where the pathway is, it's starting to get very tight. Look, Minnesota may have flipped to Biden. While we're waiting for Bill to reconnect, why don't we whip out the calculator again?
Yeah,
I've got on the Fox News board, which I think is probably the best one that you are going to get. You've got 148 votes that Trump is currently on. So, does someone want to tally this up for me?
Yeah, for 148.
Okay, 148. We've got 20 in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is getting stronger for Trump. We've got 18 in Ohio. Ohio is getting stronger for Trump. 16 in Michigan. 10 in Wisconsin. We've got, I won't call Iowa. Iowa's very close. North Carolina, 15. Georgia, 16. Texas, 38.
Okay, we're at 281 there, George. That's 281 with all the states.
So I haven't added in Iowa. I haven't added in Montana because they're close, but it's trending towards Trump.
Yeah.
Minnesota, I thought Minnesota was with Trump, but it seems like it's with Biden. But he doesn't need to worry about Minnesota. I mean, if those trends continue throughout all of those states, and they are continuing. I mean, Trump's at 55.8% of the vote in Pennsylvania. In Ohio, is at 53.3. Michigan, 54.5. Wisconsin, 51.7. In Georgia, 54%. In Texas, 51.7. It's been trending towards him all afternoon. So I'm
That's
just.
encouraging.
I can't see any other result. 2:30. I've called it. Trump's won.
You
I'm
called it.
serious. I'm serious. He's won. I have no doubt.
Exciting. Bill, you've tried your internet connection again. Let's see if we have better luck hearing you. It's, of course, not your fault. It's the NBN gift that Malcolm Turnbull keeps on giving us. Although your video's timing out again now, so we'll just keep running with that commentary previously. George, is there a path for Biden to win this at all?
Yeah, there is, and it's with all the mail-in votes. And a friend of mine has just said that Fox is stating that battleground states such as Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, we won't know the numbers until next week. And look, there's going to be all sorts of irregularities with the early voting and the mail-in votes and all that sort of stuff. So this could drag on. But look, you know, if I was Trump, I'd be smiling tonight. If I was Biden, I'd be biting my nails.
Bill Muehlenberg, have we got you? We're seeming to have bad connection down there. We might have to get you to log in via your mobile phone. Bill, why don't you try rejoining us on 4G network instead of Wi-Fi or anything that might be running in your house, because we're getting very patchy reception from you. So we'll let you log back in and come back with a stronger connection. It would be very, I guess it would be a miracle win for Biden from here.
It's looking very tough, and I think George's analysis as well. In those sums there, we had him over 280 electoral college votes. 270 is the magic number. The trend is going his way. Looking at the Fox News board now, certainly there's a sea of red, and those battleground states are swinging. They've got them shaded pink, which means they're heading Trump's way, including Pennsylvania and Ohio, Georgia, North Carolina, and certainly Texas. So if this trend keeps continuing, very shortly we'll George Christian already called it. But
the only thing that could pull me up is if there if these seats of these states are swamped with early voting, postal votes, that sort of stuff. And I got to tell you that Trump has said all along, and he's quite right, that all of that is open to corruption. And I think that we will have a lot of people questioning what the hell happens if suddenly we've got this result on the day, but yet, swamped with a whole heap of pro-Biden votes. And I've had friends in the US. You remember, Lyle, I was talking to you a couple of weeks ago about this, friends in the US that said that they expect that it's going to drag on in some states, and that there will be accusations and counter accusations over, missing votes, bags of mailed-in votes that have turned up. There'll be lawyers, squaring off at each other. Perhaps that will go on, but I would rather be in Trump's position than Biden's position right now, and I still think he's going to win it.
Well, I think certainly if there's a clear result today on the day, that's going to make it harder for that sort of lawfare to continue. I guess the best thing we can hope for tonight is that the result is clear and that it doesn't give rise to ongoing litigation to try and drag this thing out in a way that would create uncertainty and potentially civil unrest.
In Pennsylvania, there's only 51% of Pennsylvania that's been counted. North Carolina, there's 94%, and in Ohio, 94% as well. So, there's reports.
Trump on a very significant lead in Pennsylvania, 56% to 41%. And that's with 1.4. That's with I should say 51% of the votes counted. You'd have to think, even with half the votes counted, that is a very big lead to Donald Trump in that key battleground state of Pennsylvania, which everyone tipped would be a win for Joe Biden.
Yeah.
Bill, welcome back. How are we going with your connection now?
Well, sorry, I pushed myself near the modem. So if this doesn't work, nothing will. But my wife has complained about problems all day as well. So sorry on our end.
Well, it's definitely Daniel Andrews' fault, if not Malcolm Turnbull's. But that seems to be a nice clear connection. Clear connection now. So that's good. Well, the map is looking pretty solid for I guess, Donald Trump. Your thoughts, commentary on how this is unraveling?
Well, it's again been another shame on the experts and the posters, obviously, kind of like all of the corona experts, right? They got it miserably wrong on so many of their predictions and forecasts, and looks like we're doing it again, just as in 2016. Same here. Sure, it may still be a tight win, a close win, but it should be a win. Certainly not the big win that everybody was saying Biden would end up with, certainly not by the numbers they were predicting. So that's one obvious issue to look at. Why do they keep getting it so wrong? And maybe they need a new day job, actually. Other points to keep in mind, how this obviously will have an impact on the rest of the world, hopefully slowing down the woke agenda, slowing down the radical agenda of, well, here in Australia, New Zealand, Canada, and Europe. Simply having Trump back in, it's going to put the brakes on some of the radicalism. A welcome win, just as Brexit was unexpected but welcome. Morrison, unexpected but welcome. So to have 2 Trump wins in a row, unexpected but very welcome indeed. So on many fronts, again, good news. I don't know if you caught what I said before, but we did have a string of losses in the last month. So to get something like this, which really is the biggest prize of all, it's great to see. And well, if you're a praying person, and many people are, I think a lot of prayers went up for this one as well.
Yeah.
Bill, what do you think is the chance that Christians and Conservatives will take advantage of what looks to be yet another reprieve? And we got a reprieve 4 years ago. I'm not sure that we've used the time that wisely. We've potentially now got another 4 years, as you say, of the woke agenda, the radical left's agenda being slowed down. Are you hopeful that Christians and Conservatives can take advantage of this and build a platform for the future?
Yeah, well, that's a good question. It's one thing to win an election. It's another thing to use it for all of its worth. And I think you're right. In many ways, we didn't use our last election as well as we might. I mean, sure, we had the hostile House of Reps, the Democrats going on all their witch hunts. Well, we certainly had a very hostile mainstream media. We had all the high-tech groups working against not just Trump, but the conservative agenda. So in many ways, we had heaps of stuff working against us. So in one sense, it's expected that we maybe didn't get as much as you say, conservatives and sadly often Christians. They're not always in for the long haul and the big fight. The other side, the left, really is. They've learned long ago that you have to have the big picture. You have to have the long term. And you have to fight it out day by day, week by week. It's not enough to win an election and then go home and wait for another 4 years. In the same way, a legislative win, people might sign a petition and think, oh, I did my bit for the conservative cause. I can go back to sleep for another year. When you're in a fight, you have to keep fighting. You have to keep at it. The other side certainly keeps at it. They never give up. They never want to take a break. So we shouldn't either. So, yeah, can Australians, can Americans, can the West as a whole learn some lessons here about fights like this they're never ending. In fact, they're getting worse. The opposition is certainly getting worse. We have more and more things going against us, high tech and so on. So with all this, that means we need to redouble our efforts. We need to get even more involved, more into the battles of the day and not think that somebody else can do it for us. Now, of course, as I've also said often, if you are a believer, a Christian, you know that the political battles are not the only battles. There's a whole lot more to it. There's a spiritual battle taking place on every level. But yeah, hopefully after this one, we wake up a bit better and we do a bit more, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I'd probably share some of your concern, Bill, and I guess that's implicit in the way I asked the question. In some ways, I wonder whether a Biden win might have been better in some ways to help wake the church up. You've only got to look at the rhetoric of the Democratic Party, what lies behind Biden, people like Kamala Harris and AOC, whose full name I can't pronounce. But these people are pernicious in their attitudes towards Christians. They see our concern for religious freedom simply as bigotry, and they would lock us up. You've only got to look at their testimony towards congressional inquiries. You've only got to look at the way Kamala Harris, as the Attorney General of California, has gone after David Daleiden, the whistleblower who exposed Planned Parenthood for selling unborn baby parts. So there's a pernicious agenda that lies behind Joe Biden, but I just wonder whether we've got the will and the courage to take advantage of this reprieve time.
Yeah, again, my
We've
internet
lost
cutting out.
George, did you hear that okay? George, it seems like you've...
But I heard your question.
Did you hear
I did, yes, I did. Yes, I did, yep.
George, have you got any thoughts on what Lyle just said then?
Look, I'm sorry, I was busying myself in what CNN was saying. So maybe you might just have to repeat that again for Bill and for me. I think we've lost.
Yeah, sorry, we're back. Sorry, guys, we've just had a few technical difficulties here, but look, perhaps some of our viewers might have heard that question, but I'll just repeat it. I think there's a really important discussion coming out of this. It's one thing to be pleased that Trump is being re-elected, and we've talked about all the caveats that go with Trump. No one's giving him a leave pass for some of the aspects of his character, which are certainly unacceptable. But in terms of the policies, in terms of the protection of freedom of speech, freedom of religion, his pushback on the Chinese Communist Party, his pro-life stance, so many policy areas, the Supreme Court, it seems like we are going to get another 4 years of a reprieve against the radical left's woke agenda. And I guess my concern is that we won't do what Bill said earlier, and that is take this opportunity to do what the left do and keep fighting for our causes, whether we're still too apathetic, whether a Biden win might have actually been better for us to give us a bit more of a prod along so that we actually feel a bit more pain to actually get ourselves organised and get ourselves into some of these battles where we're sitting absent from it. I'm talking about the church, I'm talking about conservatives in general now.
Yeah, well, that's a way to look at it. If you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you, Bill. Yeah, go ahead.
But of course, a lot of pain. Dead babies, more crackdown on religious freedom, and so on. So it can be a way to look at it, but it's not always preferable to see all the collateral damage that will take place in the meantime while we wait for another 4 years.
Yeah, my concern is that we'll wait for another 4 years anyway, and continue to be lulled into apathy.
Yeah, it's always a problem, and we always need to keep spurring ourselves on along to see that the stakes are high, and None of us have the luxury of sitting on the fence under such circumstances. And too often we've allowed the other side to win by default. We've simply not been in the game. It's pretty hard to win when the other side's playing and we're sitting on the sidelines watching.
Absolutely. Well, speaking of people who are in the game, it's our great pleasure and privilege to welcome to the broadcast this afternoon a great friend of the Good Source, James Macpherson. James, welcome this afternoon.
Hey, Lyle, how are you?
We're very well. And James, you've got George and Bill here with us, and Dave's busily trying to find some breaking news. But James, I'm sure like all of us, you've been watching events unfold. What's your take on what seems to be 4 more years for Donald Trump?
Well, my plans to go into the polling industry have now been shelved because it's no longer the prestigious career I thought it might be. And as for being a political analyst, well, I think there's going to be a lot of job openings there because clearly there's some people who should be looking for other jobs. It's still, I guess, too early to call a result, but Trump is certainly doing a lot better than anybody predicted. And, hey, don't listen to the polls. I checked just a few moments ago the currency markets, and the Chinese currency is tanking.
Yeah,
so
smashed.
clearly the Chinese believe that Trump will win. And CNN commentators keep saying it's not over, which typically means it's over.
Trump's winning. Ohio has just gone to the Trump camp, by the way, so it's another 18 votes.
Yeah. Well, we had him over 280 electoral college votes without Ohio, I think, before, George. So you have to think if all those states that you reel off continue to hold, this is going to be an emphatic victory.
I think there's a lot of people, Lyle, who are hoping that the networks quickly do as you do and forecast a Trump victory, because otherwise they're going to have to stay up very late to know whether or not they should start looting. So the sooner they can get on with the next phase of the evening.
I knew we got you on, not just for your political insights, James, but for your comedic value. So thank you for that. James, we're talking earlier with, and this is probably a little bit more serious, but you might have heard the tail end of that conversation with Bill. And you're someone who's very connected in the Pentecostal world. We've often bemoaned the lack of engagement in politics and culture by Pentecostals and evangelical Christians. Do you think there's a danger if Trump wins that we'll continue to stay disengaged because of a further reprieve? We've had 4 years of reprieve and a slowing of the left's agenda to some degree. It's only a gradual slowing. But there's no doubt that Trump certainly, because of what he stands for and the influence he has, does put a brake on some of the worst excesses of that. How do we make sure we don't waste this opportunity should we end up in the fortunate position of having it by the end of tonight?
Yeah, I see it a bit differently, Lyle. I think from a church point of view and engagement, I think that the past season has woken many people in the church up to the agenda of the left and to the dangers of it. And I think what will keep the church engaged is the left themselves, because I don't think 4 more years is going to be accepted. They didn't accept the last 4 years. They're not going to accept this victory, and the left will continue to go down the path they've been going. So I think the left will keep the church engaged and continually on a daily basis almost remind the church and Christian people why they need to stay politically engaged, because you can't rest for a moment, because progressives aren't going to suddenly have a light bulb road to Damascus moment where they think, you know what, it's not a bunch of deplorables. We really need to re-examine our policies. That the left will double down and they will go even harder. And I think that will keep Christians aware that they need to be politically engaged.
When you say that they are engaged, what do you mean by that? Because I don't see a lot of engagement.
I think that's changing, Lyle. I have watched particularly ministers in America who have been far more outspoken in the last 6 months than I've ever seen before. And so I think there may be a slight change there. Sorry, Lyle, whatever you just said, I don't know if George heard it, but I didn't hear it.
No, I didn't hear anything either. You're out. You've got no sound.
I think
there,
we're okay.
Lyle.
Dave Pellow's just moving some microphones around. But I think
Right.
you're right, James. There's no doubt that ministers in America have become a little more vocal, some, and certainly speaking out on some of the social and cultural issues. Are you thinking that might then translate into the Australian context, following the lead of some of those American counterparts?
Yeah, I think so. And I also, it's perhaps a bit self-serving, but I also think the COVID restrictions on churches in Australia have really awakened church leaders to the fact that they may boast that they're not interested in politics, but the old adage, politics is interested in them. And I think that may create a bit more dynamism amongst Christians in Australia.
Yeah. George, have you got any observations or any further updates as we've been talking there? Any breaking news coming through from the figures you're seeing?
Not really. I'm just going through those numbers again. So Trump has, without a doubt in my books, 251 votes in the bag. They're seats that they haven't called yet that, they're over 75, 80% of the votes being counted and is well and truly in front. So 251 votes, really, he has to win Pennsylvania. He has to win Pennsylvania. He can win Michigan. He gets up to 267, and he wins Montana. He can get up to 270. But so there's two parts. So let's backtrack on what I said. Actually, he doesn't have to win Pennsylvania, but if he wins Pennsylvania, he's in like me. If he wins Michigan and Montana, he's also in. And they haven't talked about Alaska yet. I actually don't know what Alaska normally does. What does Alaska normally do? Republic?
I think it's normally a red state. I believe it's normally a red state, George. That's the home of Sarah Palin.
Yeah. Let me just check what they did last time round. So Alaska 2016 presidential election, it's 51.28% to Trump, but 36.55% to Clinton, whereas a libertarian got about 6% of the vote. So, yeah, I'd have to think that, now even if Trump doesn't win Montana, if he wins Alaska, you've still got the 270.
Yeah, and certainly Pennsylvania is trending very strong. 54% now counted, and Trump's ahead 56.2 to 41.4. That's a massive lead.
So I was second guessing by people were saying, thinking maybe one pathway that Trump had to victory through picks up. If he picks up Pennsylvania, he's definitely won. If he picks up Michigan, it has to be one of those two, right? But if he picks up Michigan and he wins Montana or Alaska, he's got the 270.
James Macpherson, we were discussing earlier with Dr. Michael Brown, who I'm sure you're familiar with. He's a prominent leader of evangelical Christians in the United States. And he gave some terrific analysis, obviously supportive of Trump's policies, concerns about Trump's character. I know that many Australian Christians really do find it even reprehensible to be a supporter of Donald Trump for those reasons. I'm just interested in your insights on that and what you would say to Australian Christians who might bristle at the idea of being supportive of a Trump victory as we are here tonight.
There's a couple of things on that, in no particular order. But firstly, it's true that Trump is no saint. But last time I examined his opponent, who has sexual assault allegations against him, who seems to have been involved in corrupt dealings around the world, who told blatant lies about things he has or has not said. Not comparing Mother Teresa with, Attila the Hun. you've got two very flawed characters. So it really becomes an argument about who's the worst devil, if you like, which is a pretty silly and immature argument. Secondly, I would not vote for Trump to be the Pope. But neither would I vote for the Pope to be the president. I think you've got to understand the office that you're electing somebody to. We're not asking Donald Trump to be the head of the church. We're asking him to lead the state. And so I think he might be a flawed individual, but I would rather a flawed individual who has policies that will promote righteousness than a slightly less flawed individual who believes in abortion up until birth, who wants to promote gender fluidity as a new norm, and so on and so forth. So I think the argument that you have alluded to is a pretty immature and very shallow argument, to be honest.
It's a very common one. I guess the other objection that I know, from my involvement in Christian political activism in this country is that those of us who support the conservative side of politics would be criticised then of majoring on the issues that you just mentioned, which I think are obviously very important: human rights for the unborn, telling the truth to children about their biology. But we would labour on those issues at the expense of concern for the poor. What would you say to? Would you think that someone like Donald Trump and the Republican Party in America, do they do enough to fulfil the biblical injunction to also care for the poor, not just be concerned about issues of sexual morality, as important as they are?
Yeah, and Lyle, I've grown impatient with this argument that people on the right or conservatives aren't concerned about the poor. No, it's because we're concerned about the poor that we are on the right, because we understand that the best way to alleviate poverty is to help somebody out of it. Trump has an excellent record on jobs, particularly for blacks and Hispanics. So we don't support Trump in spite of his policies for the poor. We support Trump because of his policies for the poor. We don't support Trump because we don't care about the poor. We support Trump because we recognise the best way to deal with poverty is to help someone out of it, not keep them in it with, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I was on a real roll then, wasn't I, George?
Yeah, you're doing really well. Sorry, Dave and I were just having a little muted chat, which this is live television, folks. All sorts of
can I tell you, Trump's also on a roll. Trump's also on a roll. Just to interrupt here for a second.
Breaking news from George.
38 votes just been added. Texas is in the Trump column, confirmed.
Yeah, there you go. James, you better get back on your roll.
But we don't support Trump in spite of the poor. We support Trump because of the poor, and we recognise that the best way to help the poor is to help them out of poverty. Socialism keeps people dependent upon the government and thus trapped in poverty. Capitalism helps them out of it.
Thank you, James, for that. And we obviously know each other well enough to know that you know that I was asking those as devil's advocate type questions, and you've answered that brilliantly. And I think we've got to keep addressing these objections which continually come up, and particularly in the Australian context. And I think we're going to need the sort of arguments that you have just put forward so well going forward, because there'll be continued resistance by people that are our friends that would be biblical Christians who would put up these objections. So well said, James. Thank you for that. We've got David Pellowe back in the chair now, and I believe we're also in a position, correct me if I'm wrong, Dave, to bring our good friend Bernie Gaynor into the conversation. Don't go away, James, but we've got Bernard on the line. Bernard, can you hear us?
I can hear you, Lyle. You might hear a lawnmower in the background, but that's just one of the pitfalls of broadcasting live on election day.
It's all happening here. We've got all sorts of technical issues, but that's part of the fun of live television, and we're flying by the seat of our pants. Bertie, it's great to have you joining George and James and myself and Dave. I think we have lost Bill Muehlenberg from down there in Victoria. But Bernie, I'm sure, like us, you've been watching the red wave gather momentum. And how are you feeling as someone who has been a victim of persecution over freedom of speech issues, knowing that Trump is someone who's been a bastion for freedom of speech? You must be feeling pretty pleased with the result.
Well, look, Lyle, I am feeling pretty pleased with the results for a number of reasons. One is on the good source, you'll see my article, which I put up yesterday, calling a Trump victory. And I think that the results that have come in so far show that the polling absolutely has been wrong. There is no sign whatsoever of any type of swing in any extent against Donald Trump. I know Fox has called the state of Arizona for Joe Biden. Even if that is true, and I have my doubts over that call, it won't make any difference. Trump is headed for a victory. I've been watching the ABC, and when Anthony Green starts talking about nightmare scenarios, which is what he did earlier today, you know that the writing is on the wall for the Democrat campaign. I mean, and I think there's two main reasons for this result. And there are lots and lots of reasons, but the two main ones I'd put it down to are that, one, Trump has been able to inspire millions and millions of Americans to vote. And I think Australians need to understand the system in America is different. It's not compulsory voting there. It is voluntary voting. And so each candidate needs to inspire voters to come out and vote. And I think Trump has won the retail politics on this very, very easily. He's inspired millions and millions of people with hope. And we've seen the results of that with over 30,000 people turning up to the Trump rally in Florida 2 nights ago after midnight. 30,000 people after midnight. Wow. That's insane. And the other reason Trump will win is if all the major cities in a nation are boarding up their shopping centres on election eve because they're concerned that one side is going to throw a tantrum when they lose. There is no way a nation is going to vote for a side that threatens to burn down its cities on election eve. And that's what's happened in America. You look at New York, Washington, Los Angeles, Philadelphia. I mean, the list goes on. All these cities have boarded up over the last few days because they're concerned about violent Democrat militias throwing a tantrum. And they will throw a tantrum. We've already seen the early reporting of protests in Washington. As I said yesterday, today is actually going to be an epic day. The party is going to be epic, and the tantrum tonight, Australian time, and right now that's saying to build in America is also going to be epic as well.
Yeah, look, I really hope there isn't civil unrest and violence. It is interesting, as you and others have pointed out on this broadcast, that it is Democrat cities that are boarding up shops. It's not Kansas City, Missouri, or places like that. I remember being there in Washington, D.C. 4 years ago, the day after Trump's inauguration, and they had the Women's March on Washington. And I saw all these angry women going through the train stations at Alexandria in Virginia on their way to Washington, D.C. And the anger was palpable. I'd hate to see what it's going to be like this time. I really hope and pray that we don't see this level of disquiet and violence again. I think it's something we really got to pray against.
Well, I'd like to welcome to the Good Source election special coverage now, Dan Petrie. Dan, it's fantastic to have you join us. What do you think? Where's it looking like going from here?
I'll tell you what, Dave, very good afternoon to you. Basically, I got every major thing we've seen wrong in terms of Brexit, 2016 election, and indeed Bill Shorten's election last year all wrong. But I did actually, I took an each-way bet, and I thought that Mr. Trump would actually challenge Joe Biden quite strongly in the last few days. But there's a big problem in terms of incumbency. Yes, is one thing, but one thing which has been really left out of this whole equation has been the debate around the American economy. And yes, apart from some missteps, the president can point to quite a strong record in on the economy, and that's certainly going to play quite strongly for people who are very worried about their jobs, particularly during a pandemic. So it doesn't matter if necessarily you have a progressive view of the world or even a conservative view of the world. Incumbency is a huge factor, but more importantly, than incumbency, people tend to look at self-interest, and their jobs are really what's playing out here. It's been a fascinating campaign in the sense that the lack of focus on economic outcomes has been somewhat missing, I think, in this overall debate. But there we are so far. So too close to call, but you'd have to say that certainly momentum with the president.
And exactly what was your prediction before the results started coming in? Be honest now. Were you predicting an electoral victory for Trump?
I thought, just given Joe Biden's home state of Pennsylvania, I thought that would flip it for him. But Donald Trump, so that was my honest view. I actually thought that I thought the Democrats, like previously in 2016, they didn't get enough people out to vote, as I understand. So that was part of Hillary Clinton's problem. But I just think Joe Biden's he's one of the few politicians which does actually reach across the aisle, and he's actually got quite a good story to tell. The only problem really being is the fact that he's, we needed to see Joe Biden 20 years ago challenging for the role, not a 77-year-old. So that's not to diminish Mr. Biden. He's got a great record, but generally I thought he'd fall over the line. But the race certainly is tightening up a bit at the moment. So look, it's just very, very narrow. We might get something like we saw in 2000 between Gore and Bush.
Yeah, I'm interested in your comments about Biden. Probably someone not that well known to us in Australia, although he's been around obviously as Obama's vice president for 8 years, but vice presidents tend to be in the background. Is it fair to say that this time round, as he's heading the presidential ticket for the Democratic Party, that he's merely a puppet for the Bernie Sanders wing and for that radical hard left Democrat, the Kamala Harris sort of wing of the Democratic Party, that he's not the centrist that you just described?
Yeah, it's been noticeable. Lyle, if I can put that he's adopted positions on a number of policy positions which are very much in that Bernie Sanders mold. He's talked, a lot about, the fact that when he's starting to talk about Green New Deals and, $1 trillion investments here and there, then it kind of goes away from, the centrist, which is what he was certainly in the Obama campaign. And prior to that too, he was also noted as being a little bit of a maverick within Capitol Hill, because he would often find common ground with his Republican opponents. So, going back to when he, first came on the scene as a young senator in the early 70s, of course, he had that, he lost his first wife and his daughter in a terrible car accident. He's really a guy who's always been very much a centrist. So to see him actually kind of adopt these positions, I don't necessarily know if he's actually that comfortable, being a bit of a darling of the left like that. But again, for pure simple, I'm a pure numbers guy, and so for example, his strength really has been in foreign relations. That's a big reason why Obama asked him to be the running mate, because his strength has always been on trade, foreign relations, and so he certainly does get the economic argument very, very well. So it was just interesting that he actually went away from that a little bit during that campaign. He didn't really talk about those things, and so that was quite strange. But again, that's probably been this version of Joe Biden, I think, probably hasn't revealed what he could be in terms of his story is a really, really great one.
Okay, we'll come back to you in a second, Dan. Very keen to continue this discussion about Joe Biden and particularly your deep knowledge of him. But before we do, George Christensen, member for Dawson, has been with us all afternoon, providing brilliant insight. George, do you want to make some final comment before you have to leave the broadcast?
Yeah, well, I called it some time ago. I think that it's Trump's.
You called it a 1:15, George. You called it a 1:15.
Yeah, well, that was a maybe. The definite, in my mind, was at 2:30. But look, there's several pathways to victory for Trump there. He can afford to lose even Pennsylvania, and he can still win by the results that are currently on the map. And as I've said all night, the trend is your friend in politics, and you've just got to have a look to see how the votes in these two close to call states have gone. So again, reiterate, I would be smiling if I was in the Trump campaign tonight. I would be biting my nails if I was in the Biden campaign tonight. And I can tell you out on Twitter, the Never Trumpers, the Trump haters, and the Biden fans are all going berserk, which leads me to one conclusion as to the way they think it's going. In fact, I just saw a tweet there from someone saying, "Oh, I can't believe he's won again. God help my country." They think it's over, and
George,
honestly, I think it's over.
I've been asking many of our other guests this afternoon the same question. I've been dying to ask this of you, but do you think, should Trump get over the line, as the trend seems to be indicating, and as we've called, do you think it's going to embolden, let's make it fairly personal now, will the LNP, the Liberal and National Party coalition, which is in power federally, will they be more emboldened to take on the left in some of these culture war issues and, the climate change wars, etc.?
Look, I hope so. I hope so. I mean, he won last time out of the blue, and it probably emboldened a few people, but not the leadership at the time, which was more left than right in the coalition back then. But I hope that this does embolden Scott Morrison and emboldens whoever the new leader of the LNP is, David Crisafulli most likely. Because I think that we need to just stake our ground as conservatives and take the fight up to the left. And you don't do that by trying to be a pale carbon copy. You do it by being principled. You do it by just saying it how it is and trying to cut through to the voters directly, and stop worrying about all of the chattering classes and all of the media commentary. I think that's what Donald Trump has proven. And look, if I'm completely wrong and somehow Biden manages to salvage a victory out of what certainly looks like the jaws of defeat tonight, then really it's still the case that what happened to the blue landslide? The media still got it wrong. The fact that we're even right here, right now, that I'm speculating that Donald Trump will win, just goes to show that it was all bunkum. All of the talk that he's just going to be booted out of office, it's just nonsense. In fact, for most of the night, Donald Trump has been leading on the popular vote. The vote is nearly 50-50, as close to 50-50 as you can get. Half of America, regardless of the outcome, supports Donald Trump. It's not like it's a fringe thing to support him.
Well, George, your insights today have been razor sharp. We love you because you call it as it is. You're almost like Australia's Donald Trump, but without the bad character. So
or the presidency.
Or the presidency. But you're certainly one who does take it up to the chattering classes, and we need more of you. So, George, thank you for that. Thanks for calling the election at 1:15.
Hey, George, before you go, is there any chance you can switch to run for Premier of Opposition Leader of Queensland?
You never say never, Dave. Actually, you never say never.
Thanks, George.
I'll give you the scoop. I have been thinking about state politics. Actually.
Wow.
Good source.
Never say never.
Breaking news. All right. Thank you, George. Been great having you.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Well, let's go back to Dan Petrie, and I'm also going to bring in our other favourite economist, which is Steve Kyler. Dan, welcome back. And Steve Kyler, welcome to the show. It looks like you're doing it hard in the sunny state of Queensland right there. Can't hear you, Steve. You got yourself muted.
Dave, while Steve's finding his audio, I did want to ask Dan, given his knowledge of Joe Biden, what your thoughts, Dan, are about the Hunter Biden laptop issue and the revelations that have come from the emails that have been disclosed there, the dealings of Hunter and his dad with Chinese Communist Party officials and business people in the Ukraine.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's something which might go away. I mean, in terms of, I've just been surprised how, if anything, just for the benefit of the viewers, I'm a former Bloomberg, journalist, although I specialise very much in the data space. But like I was always privy to, like how these things are constructed. I've just been amazed at, if anything, how light some of the traditional media have gone on that particular story. I mean, Hunter Biden has some very, very serious questions to answer, and they're very serious too in terms of what his dealings were, what he knew. There's been references to, some very, very questionable activity online as well, and whether or not and how much his father actually knew about it. I mean, there is at some point, it doesn't matter really what. Again, this comes back to probably really a question for the media, the wider media industry about, how they go after or how they prosecute, inquiry into leading officials, but more importantly, their family members, because the first question has to be asked: is it in the public interest? It most certainly is. And the second question is: should it be prosecuted? Yes, without fear or favour. And I can't help but offer one observation, that there certainly does seem to be certain sections, and more kind of, it's probably the reality of the media these days, but that, like the more centre-right leaning outlets, or those who've got favourability towards that particular side of politics, seem to be prosecuting it very hard. But where really, media, the organisations which value truth and justice should actually be going very, very hard in this. So I've been somewhat surprised. I thought the Ukraine stuff could have been explained away to a degree, but in the absence of actually coming out and addressing it directly, it only just really fuels the fire. So I don't think there's going to be much more the Bidens can do, unless they actually really provide clear, transparent answers to what's been reported thus far.
Thanks, Dan. Steve, I want to know exactly what you think is going on with the election. Was this always Trump's? Is this already Trump's? Are you happy to call it at this stage?
No, not. Oh, good afternoon to everyone, and to David's viewers, and to Lyle, and to Dan, and to everyone else that's been there today. I wouldn't call it yet. Just to be on the safe side, because you don't want egg all over your face. But it's inching towards a return of the president for the second term. I haven't been able to get across the numbers because I've been driving somewhere in Queensland. Have you been able to see what Puerto Rico and Guam are? They're tiny little places, but I am intrigued because every number counts now. Puerto Rico brings, I think it's 2 electoral votes, and Guam brings 4. I know George was talking about Alaska before. I was only commenting on something earlier this morning that George just made the point, 50-50 in the vote, give or take. So I wrote something earlier today. It's still really the divided states of America. There's not much uniting it at the moment, but we'll see what's going on. I noticed the stock market at the moment had been trending upwards today. Once it hit about 2 o'clock Sydney time, 1 o'clock Brisbane time. So the market was starting to get an inkling. I saw some of the infotech IT shares were going up, which is always a good indication that they're starting to factor in what's going on, for the next 4 years for them. What's really interesting is, David, the Abraham Accords with the United States breaking bread with the Middle Eastern countries, Bahrain, Qatar, UAE, etc., all signing up with a peace deal with Israel. And there's been a lot of non-talk about the significance of that within the religious belt of the Midwest of the United States. Those Abraham Accords are big things, and Americans have been very tired for a long time of having a lot of wars across the world, and it could be said that people were tired of America being in wars, and etc. But the man has done something with the economy. You look at the 401k pensions prior to COVID, and the American worker, blue, white, was doing very well on their 401k pensions. It's very hard to vote against yourself, because I think over there, David, they've looked at coronavirus and they've gone, right, this is a real such and such, it's a dogfight, but economically we need to get up and get ourselves going where we can. They've looked at New York and the battleground that New York's been for its economy, and how much of a disaster it is. They've seen what happens when it gets locked up, and it's a real pig's breakfast over there, but they're looking in the future going, I need work, I need employment. I think one of the biggest things, if the Democrats look back at it, and if they do go down, something that hasn't been commented upon, but you might want to think about it, is the very strong optic performance of Mike Pence. The Vice President, as an optic, as you look at it, has been very considered, very well-mannered, very focused, and that had given the well-known Donald Trump something very strikingly solid to fall back on. I think the vice presidency debate for the first time really took on some significance in this election. And when you look at Kamala Harris versus Pence, it was done respectfully, and both got their messages out. And for Trump, his message was actually being really well heard through his vice president. So that's been a real strong point for the Trump-Pence team, something that really hasn't been picked up on. And then also the last thing, Dave, when the military isn't fighting, you've got a lot of happy parents back in the United States, mums and dads that aren't sending their children off to a war and wondering if they're coming home, unfortunately deceased. And so this time, as the Afghanistani deployment's been brought back in large numbers, you're actually seeing a large military contingent that might have, in some points, maybe thought about voting Democrat because they might have a tradition in the family here and there to bring your soldiers home safely on soil, 401k pensions going strongly, having a stable vice president. You can put that all in the asset column, and you can have a look at your eccentric president, and he might be 50% in the liabilities column, but he's also 50% in the assets column. So been intriguing, and when I get back home I'll be able to sit back and watch it fully unfold. But yeah, it's a historic day, that's for sure. But I still stand by still stand by the fact, David, that it's divided states, the United States.
You're dead right, Steve. Look, brilliant observations as always. We'll come back to you in a second, just to a little bit of an update on numbers. Certainly things are looking good for Trump. Pennsylvania, we've just had, now 64% of the vote counted there, and Trump's lead continues to increase in that battleground state. There's 20 electoral college votes up for grabs. It's a must-win. Trump on 56.9, Joe Biden on 41.9. Down in North Carolina, narrow lead for Trump there. There's 15 electoral college votes up for grabs there. Trump on 50.1%, Biden on 48.7%. Obviously, earlier in the broadcast, Florida's well and truly been called. Trump on that 51.2% to 47.9% to Biden. Pollsters everywhere with egg all over their faces. The New York Times this morning reported that Trump had a 30% chance of winning Florida. That was completely wrong. You go through the flyover states, it's all a sea of red, of course. Texas earlier in the day went to Trump, 52.2%. Healthy leads there. And then we've got obviously Wisconsin, Trump ahead 51.7%. There's 10 electoral college votes up for grabs there. Michigan, he's doing very, very well, 54% to 43.9%. You have to call Michigan with 56% of the vote counted there. So certainly, I'm just looking for Iowa on the map here. My US geography is not great, but that's one where Trump has been surging ahead. Here we go.
Yes, I think it's interesting, Lyle. When you look at North Carolina, you've got Charleston and Savannah there. Charleston you'd always pick as being strong Democrat, and Savannah you'd actually pick as being a bit light pro Republican. So North Carolina is interesting. It's always been contestable, very hard contest there. But if Trump's picking up North Carolina, and I think he won that in 2016 out of memory. So if he's keeping that, it's a strong indication.
He's only narrowly ahead there, but Georgia's the other one that's interesting. He's got a good lead in Georgia with 82% of the vote counted. He's on 53.2% to 45.6%. So certainly doing well in those key swing states.
Yeah, well, the Rust Belt states making their voice heard again. The light manufacturing, heavy manufacturing sector. You know, we were talking about some things that change elections, and if the Republicans go back and have a look at, you know, some of the media stuff they've done, I think the final trip up maybe for Joe Biden was fracking and the enormous scare it put through the oil and energy sector. You know, it's a pretty spooky thing to spook up the oil and gas sector in the United States, and then you're challenging the oil and the oil security of the United States, and then you're putting that up in the geopolitical sphere that, gee whiz, if they stop fracking, we might lose our energy independence, which means we have to go back into the Saudi regime and OPEC, and then we're talking less reliance. We're having our military compromised potentially. We're having our jobs, you know, compromised again. I think always, you know, sitting on that fence trying to keep everyone happy might be the very, very thorn that bursts the Democratic bubble. And maybe had they not misstepped on fracking and they just kept it quiet, might be a different story. But I'm still not going to say that Trump's over the line, because I just think it's a bit more discipline. But if I was Biden, I'd be thinking maybe I'm not going to get the juicy fruit tonight. Maybe I'll just have to suck on a sour note.
Your point's dead right, Steve, about Biden's comment in that second presidential debate about fracking, where he clearly tripped himself up and was caught out, you know, saying that, trying to have a bob each way when the tapes clearly showed he'd said over and over again that he was going to ban fracking. He said in that debate he was going to end the fossil fuels industry. And that seems to be playing out in Pennsylvania, 57% lead, 57 to 41% lead. Dan, I don't know if you're still with us there, but
I'm still here.
Would you agree with that assessment that Steve's just made, that that moment in the debate where Biden, threw fracking under a bus, that might have been the thing that flipped, that seems to be flipping Pennsylvania?
I think, if anything, that trend probably started 4 years ago, probably with the deplorables comment, but also, there's been a clear drift, if anything, in those blue collar workers. And Steve made a very good point about fracking, that it's all well and good to kind of say about these industries, and we have it here in Australia. We talk about coal or fossil fuels or the way things are done. They might play very well for an inner city concentrated constituent, but in industries which are high income producing, that produce a lot of royalty and tax, that are also politically charged, they play horribly for those people. Because it's one thing to say these industries, they're not palatable to a more cosmopolitan audience. That's like poison, and no matter where you are in the world, because basically you're saying to people that their livelihood and the way they go about it that doesn't cut mustard, if you like, with certain sections of the electorate. So, at the end of the day, it's kind of, again, it's also, you look at, for the Democrats, these are blue collar jobs, which only a decade ago, these states would have been lockstep with the Democrats. But again, the parallels, if you look at the same happened in the UK, the UK Labor, for example, seems so far removed from its coal miner base that it's almost extraordinary to think about. It's only happened in the space of 15 years. So, possibly blinked, but again, I'm quite amazed at the way the president has stormed back into contention. While I've become somewhat sceptical of the polls, it's still somewhat surprising.
Sorry about that, Dan. I just had to unmute my mic, but thank you very much for that. Dan, would you like to stick around for a bit? I know you're incredibly busy. Or
I'll give you a bit more, and then I'll put my hand up when I have to go.
What have you got? Any other thoughts that you want to share with us before you take off and we bring in Topher?
So look, there's a couple of things which I would I'd make some points about. That geopolitically, we have to look at the international impact. I mean, certainly for the Chinese, they would have been we haven't heard much this time around about Russian hackers or Chinese hackers, but we have to look at kind of the world in the geopolitical sense that, if anything, the one thing which, the president's done has completely flipped foreign affairs and the way it's conducted on its head in the last 4 years. And there's certainly to basically say to the likes of China, no, this is the way we're doing things and we're going flyovers. It's quite extraordinary, in the last 4 years. So, I'm interested in two parts really with the outcome of this election. If Joe Biden does manage to get there in the end, you could expect the Democrats to certainly muscle up again and follow the Republican lead on China, and certainly that would be very interesting for our part of the world. The second thing I'd also add is that the global economy going to 2021 has probably a greater challenge ahead of it than this in the coming year than it did in the most recent year, because every central bank around the world has basically fired every bullet it has and is now printing money. And the only way they're going to continue to be able to print money is if they acquire more gold. So, and when you have this kind of, dynamic in place, you've got no interest rates around the world. You've got money being printed by central banks. They're expanding their balance sheets. It's a very uncertain time. And I do think, I go back again, it doesn't matter what necessarily your politics is, incumbency plays such a massive role, and trying to be able to quantify that in terms of the effect it has is very difficult. But I have been surprised at Donald Trump's performance tonight.
Dan, I think everyone's been surprised by Donald Trump's performance tonight, except, of course, Donald Trump's supporters, who always thought that the polls were probably a good 7 to 10 points generous. I think, my prediction was that Trump would increase his electoral college result on the 2016 election, but that there would probably still not be a popular vote for him. What I'm surprised by is that the popular vote is holding up for him so well. So that's truly exciting.
There is one. There's one other thing too. Is we've clearly, and again, it seems to happen in countries, like Canada, the United States, Australia, the United Kingdom. I wouldn't say New Zealand. I think they're very much in love with their prime minister. But there's definitely a clear disconnect in terms of what mainstream media is reporting and around sentiment than what the guy on Wall Street versus Main Street. There's a clear disconnect between the way that media and major media are viewing these things and indeed reporting them, and in terms of also the likes of social media, where people, let's say, it tends to have more gravity with left of centre candidates. But there is a clear disconnect between the big reporting newsrooms, which seem to try to gauge sentiment, and those that what actually happens on election day. So I think that's kind of a big takeout. And again, maybe it's probably time to put a few more newsrooms in the suburbs to get a proper gauge on how people are thinking.
Dan Petrie, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. It's a momentous day. It's a day we've been waiting for since 2016, when the Democrats were determined to get rid of the president, and I guess those on the right were saying that's what elections were for. But very good to have you with us, and we'll look forward to seeing you on perhaps Pellowe Talk or one of the other Good Source shows in the not too distant future.
I look forward to that, Dave. You're right, I'm busy, and I'll give one plug to my little business, grapha.io. Sign up, get on board. Thank you so much.
What's the address for that?
Grapha, Grafa.io. It's unsurprising.
Grafa.io. What does that do?
It's basically it provides economic statistics, stock market data, crypto, FX, industry and government data. It's a one-stop shop. It's $10 a month. It's really designed to give people a chance to break down the data themselves.
Awesome. Grafa.io, Grafa.io. Awesome. Thanks, Dan, and we'll see you next time.
My pleasure. Thanks, Dave. Cheers.
Well, next joining me on the Good Source special election coverage, and George Christensen's been with us all day, as well as Lyle, who is a Christian, Lyle Shelton, is Topher Field. Topher, welcome to the Good Source election special.
Thank you very much for having me. I look a little bit secondhand at the moment. I had a very big day yesterday on the radio twice, attending a protest and then some other things as well. So I've pulled up a little bit sore this morning, but happy with you.
Well, that sounds like a whole lot of fun. Now, tell me, is this another COVID referendum? And if not, why is Trump doing well despite the results all around the world saying that voters prefer to be locked down and have their liberties taken off them?
Well, without wanting to sound my own trumpet too much, this was entirely predictable and was predicted by me, just as Trump's win in 2016 was predicted by me. Now, before you assume that I'm a Trump supporter, my view on the candidates is that out of a country of 350 million people, these are really the best two people they can come up with, seriously. So I'm not a Trump fan. As a lesser of two evils option, I would rather see him win than Hillary or Biden. But I'm certainly not a Trump fan by any stretch of the imagination. What I am is a political realist and a political observer. I was in the US in 2016, just prior to his election against Hillary Clinton. And what was very, very striking was my wife and I would talk to people over there, and we were Australians and they love Aussies over there. And you'd talk to people and anyone would want to talk to you. And if they were going to vote for Hillary Clinton, they would find a way to tell you within the first 2 or 3 minutes of conversation. You didn't have to bring it up. If they said nothing about politics, then after about half an hour of trust building and talking with them, you would get to the point where you could say, hey, what's going on with this election? Would what are your thoughts? And they would literally sometimes look over their shoulders and make sure no one could hear them. And they'd lean in a little bit and say, actually, I'm going to vote for Trump, as though they had to keep it as some kind of a secret. And what that really showed us very, very clearly was the flaw with the polls. And there's a very well-known phenomenon of preference falsification, where people, particularly when you have the media being very partisan, being very one-sided, people feel that they don't have the freedom to actually say what they think on certain subjects, and a presidential election being one of them. So they lie, or they choose not to answer the polls. And either of those choices on the behalf of people will tend to skew the pollsters' results. We saw that clearly in 2016. Now, what the pollsters do, I think, almost to cover themselves, we saw it in 2016, we're seeing it again in 2020, is in the last few days before the election, all of a sudden things start to narrow up. And I almost wonder whether this is kind of the pollsters tacitly admitting that they know their early polling was completely wrong, and now they have to tell the truth as the election gets closer in order to preserve their reputation afterwards. That's just me being a little bit conspiratorial. But what we've seen here again, it was entirely predictable. The same dynamics that were in play in 2016 are in play again in 2020. I think a lot of people are overanalyzing this. A lot of people are going deep into the weeds and trying to figure out which specific policy was it, which debate question was it. No disrespect to those that have been discussing those sorts of things, but I think that's missing the point. I think Trump is winning because he's gotten the basics right. And I say that not as a Trump supporter at all, but if you look at the economic data, most Americans are economically better off than they were when they elected Trump in 2016. That is the single strongest indicator of who is going to win a midterm election in the US. How did the economy perform during the first term for that president? That is the number one indicator. Trump has performed well on that indicator. I think Dan made a great point about the fact that he hasn't sent the troops out into new wars recently. That he's actually the first president, I believe, in many, many decades that hasn't started a new war in their first term. Now, that has a significant psychological impact, and I think it means quite a lot to a lot of people as anti-war sentiment is coming back to the fore in the US. War fatigue is certainly a thing. And they're actually enjoying the feeling like they're getting out of wars rather than deeper into them. These are the broad brushstrokes, the big issues that I believe Trump has got right. And that has meant that people have turned out for him again in 2020, just like they did in 2016.
Excellent insights. We see that the Trump results numbers are going very well. Pennsylvania is still looking strong with 64% of the count in. Donald Trump is thumping at home in this must-win seat. And, of course, that could change a lot as so many votes were cast before Election Day, and the mail-in votes, there's a lot to be counted yet there. And Michigan, Trump has still got a strong lead, 54% of the 58% of counted votes. And Wisconsin, 80% are in, and Donald Trump has got a pretty good majority there, 51% versus Joe Biden's 47%.
And let's not forget that only a few minutes ago, Montana, where you were just going, was looking like it was going to turn blue. Trump has pulled that in a very short space of time. Iowa, only an hour or so ago, was being predicted as a blue win, or certainly Joe Biden was ahead. Trump has pulled that in. Essentially, what we had to see here from the Democrats was they had to reflip all the states that Trump flipped in 2016. And if you compare 2012 to 2016, so Obama's midterm election where he was re-elected versus 2016 where we saw Trump get elected, the states that flipped were Wisconsin, Michigan, Iowa, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Florida. They were the key ones that flipped. And in order for the Democrats to be able to get this back, they were going to have to flip a number of those states. We can say with confidence that they haven't flipped Florida. I think we can call Michigan and Wisconsin as well, that they haven't flipped. I thought they were going to flip Iowa. It looks like they won't. I thought they were going to flip Montana, which would have been a bit of a surprise to me, given their dependence on the energy sector. But again, they haven't. The only state that it looks like they will have actually flipped in their direction is Arizona, which is only worth 11 electoral college votes. So it appears to me like Trump is going to win with a similar electoral college result to last time. He's going to lose perhaps those 11 votes. He might lose another state in there somewhere that might be worth another 4 or another 6. But in order for the Democrats to win, they had to pick up 38 electoral college votes. So they had to increase by 38 and Trump had to decrease by 38. Even with Pennsylvania, I cannot see a path to get to 38 or more electoral college votes as a swing for the Democrats from where they are now. I'm not quite ready to call it, but I'm pretty jolly close. The pollsters have basically removed all options to bet on Trump. They've effectively called the election in Trump's favor. No matter how I play with the numbers, even if we give away Pennsylvania to the Democrats and say, you know what, all those postal votes, let's just assume that that's a landslide for Biden. He catches up and overtakes and he wins Pennsylvania. I still can't get them over 36 electoral college votes, and therefore I can't get them into the White House.
I've seen some predictions of approaching 300 electoral college votes for President Trump, which is looking more and more likely. We've called it a long time ago. Trump is going to win this, and that's very good for the people who like to see stability, peace, liberty in a nation. Topher Field, for those people who maybe aren't familiar with you or don't know, where can they find you on the internet? The best place to see some more of your commentary and thinking and perhaps some of your
Sure. Facebook.com/Topher Field is where I'm by far the most active. I do have a blog, which is topherfield.net. That's topherfield.net. But I haven't posted there for ages. It essentially is a backup for the day when inevitably Facebook kicks me off because I said something that upset them somewhere along the line. So that's the best place that you can find me. Most of my original work is in the form of video, although I do essentially, I guess what I do mostly is I take pieces of content that other people have created. I link to their original content, and then I will offer my commentary and my thoughts. And sometimes I'll be posting something that I disagree with and my commentary on why and what my thoughts are. Other times it'll be what I do agree with. But then the actual original work that I do is almost all in videos. So I've done a number of videos around the coronavirus, the statistics, the management of the coronavirus recently. Prior to that, I've been focusing a lot on water management of the Murray-Darling Basin in Australia, which I think is an extremely important but underappreciated issue in this country. And prior to that, I've covered a wide range of different issues. So facebook.com/Topher Field is where you can find me. And I will disagree with you slightly. I don't think Donald Trump's going to get to 300 electoral college votes. I do think we are going to see the loss of Arizona to the Democrats. That is a continuation of a trend that we've been observing in the southwest of the United States for the last couple of decades. And that's going to bring him in somewhere in the mid-290s.
So where's Arizona? I'm just trying to bring up that.
Just bottom left next to California. It's already been given as.
It's already called for Biden.
Yeah.
Called for Biden.
And that's a flip. That was not the case. The result in I'm just trying to find my data here. The result
Trump won that in 2016, and Biden split that.
And Obama didn't even win that in 2012. So that's been at least some time. I don't know the long-term history of Arizona, but it's been some time at the very least since that went Democrat, and he's successfully flipped that. I can't see Trump flipping any other states. There was a time when it looked for a little while like Trump was going to pick up Maine, which he did not get in the 2016 election. It looked like he might have got it in this election. That seems to have gone away from him. So I can't see Trump picking up any additional states that he did not already have in 2016. When you then factor in the loss of Arizona, yeah, that puts him squarely into the mid 290s in terms of Electoral College. That's still a solid win. In terms of the popular vote, it is still fairly close, but don't forget that California goes overwhelmingly Democrat. And so from a popular vote perspective, I would expect basically an identical result to 2016, where Trump will win at the Electoral College and will lose the popular vote simply because the heavily populated city centers are Democrat dominated.
It's a very good point. And of course, the popular vote is completely irrelevant for anything other than bragging rights in the American Republic. And that's to prevent states wisely, sensibly, to prevent states like California from dominating the rest of the unity that they're meaning to have, and thereby sustaining the unity instead of people leaving it because they're sick of being bullied around by one ridiculously populated state. Topher Field, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. Really appreciate all your work in the new media space, challenging the cobwebby, musty, old, dusty corporate mainstream media. Keep up the great work, and we'll see you as often as possible on the Good Source channel.
My pleasure, and thank you very much for having me.
Next, we have the pleasure of inviting to the Good Source election special with your hosts for today, George Christensen, Lyle Shelton, and me, Dave Pellowe. Our special guest, the esteemed and fellow contributor to the Good Source, Professor David Flint. Professor Flint is an emeritus professor of constitutional law and many others. He's also been on the many important boards around Australia, including on the, I think it's the board of the ABC. Is that right, Professor Flint?
ABO. Broadcasting Authority.
The Australian Broadcasting Authority. We've got you very quiet there, Professor Flint, so I don't know if there's anything you can do about that. Maybe just grabbing your microphone a little bit closer to you.
I'll be just a minute.
That's wonderful. So while Professor Flint's just adjusting his microphone there, I can explain that he runs a weekly show called Take Back Your Country, and he's got some really great insights on basically the way Australia began, the way we got our constitution, and the way repeating that formula, giving power to the people instead of politicians, to actually get back to that, get back to our foundations where we were always strongest.
Look, Professor Flint's program is one not to be missed on the Good Source. He is a true Australian patriot. He is a proud monarchist because that creates a real division of powers, keeps politicians in check, and it tells politicians that there's a higher authority than them. And he's a great advocate for participatory democracy, which is something we've really lost. A place like Australia can't function unless the citizenry stay engaged in their democracy. And I think that's why we're seeing so many terrible votes, like the Queensland election recently, because people are casting ignorant votes. Someone said to me today, it's like the turkeys voting for Christmas. That's essentially where we've got to. So Professor Flint's contribution really important. I've got some questions I'm keen to ask him once we can get the technical issues sorted.
Well, I'll get the first one in, and hopefully they don't steal your thunder. There's a few that we can ask, but Professor Flint, how are you going? Can you hear us, and can we hear you well now?
I can hear you, and I hope you can hear me now.
It's about the same actually, but I think we can soldier on. Well, my first question for you is why you organised a group of law professors to nominate President Donald Trump for a Nobel Peace Prize.
Well, I'd done this once before. I'd done it after John Howard had succeeded so well in Timor, and I wasn't very successful because as soon as I and a senator nominated him, the Tampa came into the Australian jurisdiction. The Tampa is a Norwegian ship, and the committee for the Nobel is a Norwegian committee. So what John Howard should have received was given to some non-entity that year. But I thought that the president had performed so well in international affairs. No war. He'd started no war. He'd he'd done something extraordinary in the Middle East. That is, he had completely abandoned the previous diplomatic conventions, particularly the idea that you had to bring in the PLO, the Palestinian organizations first, and get them on side and then enter into treaties. And he's been very effective, and he's got a whole queue of Arab and Muslim countries lining up to join in the Abraham Accords, which brings me back really to why I was attracted to the president. It was back in 2016, and I thought that Ted Cruz was the best candidate. I thought he was the best candidate for two reasons, principally. First, he was one of the few senators who opposed the agreement to placate the mullahs in Tehran and to allow them to go ahead and nuclearize their industry, allegedly for peaceful purposes, while they were acquiring ICBMs and so on. And there were very few senators who opposed it, not many Republicans. They could have blocked it in the Senate and treated it as a treaty, but they didn't. And I thought that was absolutely appalling, and I thought the deal that Obama made was completely wrong. But the other thing that attracted me about Cruz and then Trump was that he was going to deal seriously with the problem of the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has never performed as it was intended. In the 19th century, it really was probably the trigger of the Civil War. It was so conservative, it supported the institution of slavery. It's gone the other way this century, and it plays or tries to play a political role, with judges deciding that the Constitution means what they want it to mean. The most notorious case, of course, being Roe v. Wade, the case where they decided that there is a provision in the Constitution which guarantees a right to abortion. And as you know, you can turn the Constitution inside out. There's no such right. This was imagined. It was doing something which could never be done by legislation and imposing it on all the United States. And they've continued to do that. What Cruz promised was to only appoint originalist judges, that is, judges who would interpret the Constitution as it was intended to be interpreted by the founders and the people who approved it. When Trump dominated the primaries, which are really wonderful ways of choosing a political candidate, much better than our pre-selections, particularly because it's open to all, not all members of the party, but all supporters of the party. So the party bosses can't even control who is in the party and who can vote at pre-selections. It is really a very democratic way, and he won that fairly. I was surprised, didn't know who he was. But when I read his speech at Gettysburg, it was a marvelous program in many respects. And when it came to the Supreme Court, he'd been in touch with the Federalist Society, which is something like the Samuel Griffith Society in Australia. It's a strong and conservative organization which says the Constitution should be interpreted as it was intended to be interpreted, and all sorts of ridiculous meanings should not be put into it. And he released a list of judges who were approved by the Federalist Society as judges who would, on their record, would interpret the Constitution as it was intended to be interpreted. And we've got the marvelous result with the president that we now have a strong Supreme Court, and this will be in many ways, I suspect, the antidote to fraud, because there will be a lot of fraud, probably not as much as in Australia, but there is an enormous amount of fraud in America in its decentralized system, particularly in recent years, and the Supreme Court will play a significant role in being the antidote to mass fraud in the United States.
Professor Flint, that's a point really well made, and I think that's a big relief to people who believe in the rule of law all around the world, but particularly in America, to know that we're not going to see people in black robes legislating from the bench. I want to ask you about something that you said in a recent Good Source program that I was listening to of yourself, and I know you've repeated these remarks, I think, in The Spectator and other mainstream media commentary that you've done. But you said if the Democrats won the White House, if Joe Biden won the White House, he would continue to do what President Obama did with the US military, and that is manage its decline. I've never heard anyone say that. Can you just, for our viewers this afternoon, just explain why that's such a risk, and what you meant by the managing the decline of the US military? It sounds alarming.
We Australians are very fortunate. We've lived, ever since the settlement, we've lived in a world in which the dominant power in the world has been a power that's believed in the rule of law and which has been benevolent in the way in which it dealt with even enemies. For example, the British never shot Napoleon as other people would have done. They didn't make any major territorial demands or financial demands on France except in relation to colonies. And they were persuaded by a small group of Christians through the Parliament to abolish the slave trade and abolish the institution of slavery throughout the empire. And then they used their navy to destroy the slave trade, the transatlantic slave trade. Now, that was an act of magnificent benevolence. And it was against their interest because they were making a lot of money out of it, but they did that. Since the Americans handed over the mantle of the dominant power in the world to the Americans, we've had a similar power in place. And the Americans have also been a benevolent, law-abiding power. They have their faults. But if you cast your minds back to the defeat of Germany and Japan at the end of the war, what did the Americans do? No territorial demands, no financial demands for compensation. They gave the defeated powers vast amounts of money. In retrospect, they should have lent it to them and then called it up when they recovered. But they gave them enormous amounts of money. They encouraged them to come back as civilized countries, as democratic countries, which they did. And that world which is dominated by the United States was being put into managed decline by Obama. Obama deliberately adopted that policy and allowed manufacturing to leave the United States, allowed the communists in China to deal illegally with intellectual property, stealing it or standing over American firms to take it, hence their rise, allowed the communists to manipulate their currency, and allowed them to build up their military while they were running down theirs. Now, Biden was the vice president, and not only was he doing that, we now know, I think the proof is as far as you can say without actually having it before a judge and jury, is beyond reasonable doubt, that the Biden family was almost a criminal enterprise because it was being used to sell access and influence at the very highest levels in the United States with an enormous amount of money, millions, billions, in fact, of dollars being handed over, firstly by the Bank of China and other Chinese corporations. Chinese corporations are not like Belgian corporations. All Chinese corporations are under the ultimate control of the Communist Party of China and will do whatever is required by the national policy of China. Biden is compromised. He will continue, I would think, the same program. He's a man who's never stuck to any strong principles. He came into the Senate as a segregationist. He was quite prepared to introduce legislation which had a very harsh effect on young black men who were involved in drugs but weren't actually at the worst end of the drug trade. He is not a man of great principles. He is a man who is an opportunist and a man who's been prepared to use the Biden family as an enterprise to sell off influence and power. He's compromised by the Chinese. They no doubt have a lot on him and they will lean on him, though I doubt if he will be the actual president were he to win. And I'm delighted to see that the American people have recognized that something is wrong, notwithstanding the enormous campaign. There's been an enormous campaign against Trump. the mainstream media, almost all of the mainstream media, seem to have decided that they are the propaganda arm of the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party has been captured by the far left. It's not the party of Kennedy, of Truman, of Roosevelt, or even of Johnson, certainly not Johnson. It's a party now of the very far left. Biden is prepared to go along with that. I doubt if he really would resist anything that is proposed to him by his vice president. It will be a far left government, which will lead in itself to the decline of America, because it will go down the same path as Venezuela and Nicaragua. But at the same time, the policy of the administration will be the managed decline of the United States. That will be a terrible world for us, because we are totally dependent for the United States in relation to defense. Paul Dibb had a piece about this in the Australian the other day, saying that Australian defence forces have no effective meaning without the backing of the United States. We will be in a terrible position. We'll be lent on, and we'll become a tributary. We'll be expected to be a tributary.
You're quite right, Professor Flint. That's incredibly insightful. I think it is a scandal that these issues about Hunter Biden and the real agenda of the Democratic Party and what would happen globally and militarily hasn't been reported, and the corruption that you mentioned. Professor Flint, just before we let you go, you're obviously a man who's very well educated and well refined. You're a man of great integrity, and many people would perhaps find it incongruous that someone like yourself would support someone like Trump, who is seen to be unrefined, crass, narcissistic, and all those sort of things. Now, you've mentioned his foreign policy agenda, but do you find it a little bit of a contradiction or a paradox that someone like yourself would be supporting someone like Donald Trump, who would seemingly have a very different sort of disposition to someone like yourself?
No, I don't find that at all. In fact, I don't think that's relevant. It doesn't worry me in the slightest. What I'm interested in is what he achieved, what he promised to achieve, and then what he achieved. And I thought that was remarkable, particularly in relation to the Supreme Court, but also in relation to international affairs, in relation to not getting involved in unnecessary wars, and bringing back, rebuilding the manufacturing of the United States, and stimulating the economy by various measures. So his personal style doesn't worry me. In fact, I think I would find him amusing. I think I'd get
quite right, Professor Flint. I asked that question somewhat rhetorically, I suppose, or as a devil's advocate, because that seems to be what the opposition to Donald Trump is based on. You've outlined his policy agenda, which is incredible by any standard, and yet it comes down to this sort of vague notion that he's unfit for the office. So that's very well said. Professor Flint, we're going to have to let you go. We really appreciate your time on this broadcast this afternoon and sharing those amazing insights with us. Thanks very much for being with the Good Source News today.
And thank you very much for having me, and thank you very much for overlooking the problems I had in getting on, which were completely my own. I think it's something to do with my age. I'm sorry.
not at all, Professor. I'd encourage people to go to the Good Source News and listen to Take Back Your Country. You'll hear more of what you've heard today of his amazing intellect and understanding and depth of history. Well, rejoining us this afternoon to cap off this marathon US presidential election broadcast on the Good Source News is our friend Bernie Gaynor, who was with us a little earlier. And I believe we've also got James Macpherson back on the line as well. Welcome back, gentlemen. We've got you both there.
Bernie will just give a few moments, I think.
We've got James though. James, what have you discovered in the time you've been off air this last half hour or so?
Well, I discovered my hat. I knew I had it somewhere and I found it.
You're a true deplorable, James Macpherson.
Lyle's being very generous in sharing his with me, so I'll just stick it there.
Look, I missed your the last half hour of the show, but I presume you would have seen or referenced Joe Biden coming out and making a statement.
No, we haven't. You share with us the news.
Please share.
Well, I think the big news is that Joe was not asleep. Many of us were expecting that he was probably in bed hours ago, but he is awake. And so he came and made a statement saying that he believes he can win and that they are very much in this. Immediately after that, and just in the last few minutes, Trump has tweeted that he has won. And furthermore, has tweeted, and Twitter have removed this tweet, Trump has said, we will not let this election be stolen from us. So the next phase of this election begins, and it starts to get interesting now.
Now, James, just on that, I just received a text message from a friend who I know would give me reliable information, but he said that Twitter had actually shut down Donald Trump's account. Is that what you're hearing?
No, I checked Donald Trump's account just before I came on air with you, and Trump's account was still there, but that one tweet saying that he would not allow the election to be stolen, Twitter had removed that or put a warning on it so that it wasn't instantly viewable.
Even that's outrageous in itself. This is where the fun and games are really starting. This could get quite ugly if it keeps going down this path.
We'll have a look at that now. So it's a pinned tweet from Donald Trump, and then one 17 minutes ago has that warning. Some or all of the content shared in this tweet is disputed and might be misleading about an election or other civic process. And click on the tweet, the warning stays, and the tweet content is, we are up big. I'm disappointed you didn't put an LY on the end of that. We are up big, but they are trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed. And that, of course, is a matter of law. That's obviously something that the Democrats call voter suppression, when you don't let somebody vote illegally, which is in fact not voter suppression in the slightest. But yeah, there we go. Twitter, homeless Jack playing with the election results again.
That's probably the one thing of this election that everybody has predicted and that will actually happen.
Yes, right. So true. Have you seen any further comments from Joe on Donald's response, or what was the media response to Joe thinking he's still got a path to victory?
Simply that he was allaying his supporters' concerns that there'd be no result tonight and assuring them this will go into tomorrow, which I think is
irresponsible.
Most people expected it to. Joe Biden's, of course, Joe Biden's, of course, doing these outdoor COVID-safe rallies where everyone's sitting in their car. So his speech was continually interrupted by car horns.
Oh, dear.
I tell you, the other interesting thing about this election is that some statistics I heard earlier in the day showed that Trump had done better this time around than in 2016 with every demographic except for white males. But when it came to blacks, to Hispanics, to Asians, he had actually increased his vote. So he's the least successful racist in human history.
Well, we can see in the electoral map over at Fox that all of the East Coast seats with the major electoral college counts, Pennsylvania with 20 votes.
Donald Trump's on right now.
Where do I go and see that? Why don't you monitor
your report?
You monitor that for a second and come back and tell us, and we'll update the map in the meantime. So just continuing to have a look at that, we've got 20 electoral college votes in Pennsylvania, 15 in North Carolina, and 16 in Georgia, as well as 16 in Michigan and another 10 in Wisconsin. So Trump is leading in all of those by healthy margins. The narrowest, of course, being North Carolina with 15 votes, and Trump only 0.1% past 50. So Yeah, I don't doubt that Trump will be talking about.
This is really concerning, Dave, and we trust our viewers will stay with us during this. But if Biden's out there saying he's got a pathway to victory and trying to create confusion over this, that's just going to foment unrest. I think they're best to let the numbers keep coming in, not make commentary on the likelihood or otherwise of the result tonight, and keep things calm.
Yeah, look, I just wonder how much even Trump. I mean, I don't want to be biased and not criticise Trump for doing the same thing. This tweet about they're trying to steal the election. I'd like to see both leaders come out and say, if anybody is breaking the rules, the place to fight that is in the courts, not on the streets. That's where we will fight. We will, look for a valid election, and we will support a valid result as determined by the highest laws in our land. Trusting those processes to go and be conducted orderly. Law and order is what we'd like to see both leaders calling for, but I think it's very unpresidential that accusation is thrown around freely of Trump, but I think Biden's also really letting down his own behavioural expectations by speculating that he could possibly win from here. I mean, that's just cockeyed optimism.
It seems very unlikely when you look at Pennsylvania there. It's 20 electoral college votes and 64% counted. Donald Trump on 56.6, Biden on 42.2. You'd have to say there's no way in the world Biden could win Pennsylvania. Now, if he can't win Pennsylvania, I can't see how his media commentary could be valid in any way, shape or form. Certainly Georgia is still very much in Trump's camp. 87% of the vote counted there. There's 16 electoral college votes there. North Carolina is still on knife edge, but 94% of the votes have been counted there, and Trump's on a slim margin of 50.1% to Biden on 48.7%. But Pennsylvania is the big one. Trump is it's looking like he might flip Nevada. It's only 6 electoral college votes, but only 3% of the vote counted. But he's on a big lead there. Too early to tell. But certainly those Pennsylvania figures, the Michigan figures, Wisconsin, it's tight, but certainly trending Trump's way with 85% of the vote counted. I can't see how what Joe Biden has said is valid, you can only begin to think that I don't like Trump's inflammatory tweet, but it does look like nefarious games are being played.
It's annoying that we're just used to Trump's inflammatory tweets and kind of dismissing them. But James, why don't you tell us what was Trump just saying?
Yeah, I can report to you that it was actually a replay of an earlier speech Trump gave. So I apologise for that. I got all excited.
Probably just lost all our viewers, James. Thanks very much. All three of them just logged off.
We just went from 3 to 2. No, we're getting good news. And Deb Gitton says, James, you're a funny guy.
But the good news, my mum has just logged back on, so it's all right.
Excellent. We're back up to 3. No, this is a good viewer numbers across multiple channels. If you're watching, you're not the only. It's not the only channel that we're on. But yeah, look, what was that speech about, James? Was it interesting?
No, look, I was so embarrassed. I just wasn't sure whether I should come back on or not after that.
James, we were just saying that based on the numbers we're looking at from Fox News in America. Trump's lead in Pennsylvania, is massive with 64% of the vote counted. Very hard to see Biden coming back from 56.6 for Trump to 42.2. It would seem like Biden's speech is a little premature and probably unnecessary and inflammatory.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting and probably smart, to be honest, of Joe Biden to get in before Trump. Because I think everyone expects that Trump will, if not declare victory, then certainly strongly indicate that he believes he will win. So I think it was smart of Biden to get in first and to say that they believe they still can win. To be honest, I don't think there was too much wrong with Joe Biden's statement. Where it gets interesting is if Trump tries to make a definitive statement at the same time, then you've got someone saying they've won and someone saying they believe they can still win. That puts us in interesting territory.
Yeah, I guess the issue is I'm not sure what time it is over there. It's probably 9 hours ahead of what we are here. So we're probably well past midnight into the early hours of the morning there. So perhaps you're right, James. It's understandable that that Biden has come out and said something. Although I still think it would be, I still think it sounds misleading to say that there's a pathway to victory. Okay, the result's not definitive, but it's hard to see a pathway to victory, particularly on those numbers in Pennsylvania.
Let me ask a question, Lyle, because I'm not looking at the map as you are. If Trump wins Pennsylvania, is there another way Biden can win, or are you saying he's...
I don't think so. I mean, I haven't got a calculator to add up the numbers, but they're just, Wisconsin, Michigan, Georgia, there's big electoral college votes there. So even if North Carolina flips back to blue, I can't see without Pennsylvania how Joe gets over the line. Have we still got you there, James?
Yeah.
I
think most people were expecting this to get tomorrow before there's a definitive result.
Yeah.
What's news, Bernard?
G'day, Dave and Lyle. We've just seen Joe Biden come on in the last half hour or so. I think the Democrat strategy is pretty clear. They're desperately trying to string this out. We can only wonder why that might be, because they are behind pretty much across the board. I think it is obvious. Anybody who can count knows that Trump is well and truly ahead in all the battleground states. Arizona is a bit of a toss-up, but even if Trump loses Arizona, it won't make a single bit of difference to the result. I called it yesterday. Trump is going to win this. It's over. Trump supporters should go home and get out their champagne. That's what I'm calling.
Just on Arizona, I know you said Arizona's a moot point, but I think it's definitely in the Biden column, 77% count, and Trump's only on 46% there.
Yeah, sorry, did I say, it's been called for Biden, but even if Trump loses that, it's not going to make any difference. Trump is leading in Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. Nevada's probably too early to call. But even if
they've only got 3% of the vote they've only got 3% of the vote in Nevada. However, of that 3%, it's 2/3 or more than 2/3 going to Trump.
Yeah, well, Dave and Lyle, I want to make this point, and I think I made it yesterday in the article that went up on the Good Source website. And so I've got nephews and nieces everywhere at the moment in the background. So you can probably hear them crying. Can we move Eli somewhere else? I'm just on a live stream at the moment. I've got nephews in the background. Look, there are two reasons Biden is not going to win and Trump will, and that is that Trump has absolutely smashed the retail politics on this. In the election campaign, Trump was the only candidate who went out to meet with voters. Biden scared voters away from his campaign events. You only have to look at the videos. Like, Trump had football-sized stadiums turn up over the last week to 10 days to all his events. So Trump was the only candidate meeting with Americans. It's no surprise in a system where you have to encourage people to come out and vote. It's not like Australia where it's compulsory, but it's a voluntary system. It's no surprise that a politician who inspires people to vote is going to win, and Trump has done that. So he's won the battle of the messages without even getting into whether he had a better message to sell. And, of course, any right-thinking person would know he had a better message to sell. The other reason he won is that right across America, as we speak, cities are boarded up. Shopping centres have been boarded up. Retail buildings have been boarded up. Units have been boarded up because Americans are concerned that the Democrats are going to throw a massive tantrum. And we've already seen the starts of it in places like Washington. There is no way any nation on earth is going to vote for a side that also threatens to burn down their cities if they don't win. And that is what is happening tonight. And that's even without getting into the fact that the Democrats want to bring in all the sorts of crazy ideas that people are concerned about. That's without even getting into the fact that Hunter Biden's laptop and Joe Biden's business dealings raised all sorts of concerns about his compromised position in regards to places like China. It's without getting into any of those campaign issues. It's just on the sheer retail politics of this. Trump was always going to win, and he will win tonight.
Yeah. Well, I can share the. Let me see if I can bring up the webpage. There we go. Some reporting half an hour ago about Joe Biden's comments. He said that the party is on track to win this election, but did urge patience with the result unlikely to be decided tonight, which is probably a fair enough call. Although what isn't a fair enough call was him saying he was confident about a raft of vital swing states, including Wisconsin and Michigan. Arizona, sure, but as we can see, 62% of the vote in Michigan has been counted, and Trump has 53.8% of that. And in Wisconsin, 85% of the vote is in, and Trump is well ahead on 51.2%, and Biden on 47.3%. So I'm not exactly sure where Biden's getting his confidence about Wisconsin and Michigan from, but he continued to say, we're feeling good about where we are. Come on, man. We believe the people who had already won Arizona, so yeah, that's a gimme. It's a turnaround, and they've called Minnesota, and they believe they're in the game in Georgia, although that's not what they expected. They're feeling good about Wisconsin and Michigan. And he also claims that he's going to win Pennsylvania. Now, Pennsylvania has 20 electoral college votes, incredibly important. But Donald Trump has 56.6% of that vote, with 2/3 of the votes counted. So unlikely for that trend to turn around. And Donald Trump, of course, shared a tweet about them stealing the election. James just disappeared.
Yeah, well, look, Dave, if I could just jump in there on those stats that you brought up, like it is going to be very, very difficult for Biden to win any of the states he spoke about. Anyone who's been following the US election for any period of time has always known that the Democrats' playbook has always been to drag the election out as long as possible. And all they're doing right now, or Joe Biden has done in that last speech, is try to turn this election into one that is voted for by the people, into one that is resolved in the Supreme Court of the United States. And look, that's a big gamble for Joe Biden, especially with the nomination of Amy Coney Barrett to the Supreme Court. I think that avenue has been closed off to the Democrats, but, you know, obviously we've got to wait for the legal challenges there that might appear. But essentially, the only reason Joe Biden is going down this path is to support some kind of campaign where all of a sudden millions of postal votes turn up. You can read whatever you want into that, but that is obviously the Democrats' path to victory from here. The sudden appearance of millions of postal votes that no one knew about, that appeared after the election. And I think that says a lot about the Democratic campaign. They have not won the popular vote. They were never going to win the popular vote. I called it yesterday on the good source. Maybe I went out a little bit early, but I was always confident in that prediction. Always had confidence in that prediction. I think it's over. And Australians, I want to make this point. Australians should be very thankful to all those who voted for Donald Trump. I don't think many Australians actually realise how close we were to the edge of disaster here with a Joe Biden victory. Joe Biden, United States, would lead to all sorts of problems with regards to the Communist Party of China. We need a strong United States to defend from the encroachment of a increasingly militarized communist regime in China. And if the United States continued along the Obama path, Australia would be in a lot of trouble. There are about 50 million extra males and females in China. That nation is increasingly emboldened and militarized. Without a strong United States, we would be in very serious trouble. And we can all thank every single voter who turned out in the United States to vote for Donald Trump for our future security.
Well, Joe Biden's path to winning from here is difficult. He currently has 223 electoral college votes, and he will need to win Arizona, which is looking likely. However, he will also have to win Wisconsin and Michigan, where he is trailing Donald Trump, as well as North Carolina, where also Trump is leading, although not so comfortably. It is impossible for Joe Biden to win if he doesn't take Michigan and Wisconsin. And just to remind you of where they are, 86% has been voted, has been counted in Wisconsin, and Donald Trump is ahead by 51.3% to 47, a 4-point lead there. And he's also leading by a nearly 10-point margin in Michigan, 44.6% to Joe Biden and 53.8% to Donald Trump, with 2/3 of the, or at least 3/5 of the vote counted, 62%. North Carolina, 94%, Donald Trump narrowly in front, and Pennsylvania. Not essential for Donald Trump to win if he gets Wisconsin and Michigan, but he's well in front there.
Yeah, it looks like Dave, Nevada now 51% of the vote counted. Trump's, no, sorry, my apologies. I just refreshed the screen. Joe Biden ahead in Nevada on 51.5 to Donald Trump 46. Only 6 electoral college votes up for grab there, but that looks like it's chopping and changing all the time as votes come up.
Guys, could you go back to Georgia? I just want to check the results there at the moment.
Yeah, Trump's on a knife edge there in Georgia, Bernard. 51.9%, and now 88% of the vote has been counted, so that's pretty high.
But Biden's only on 47% there compared to Trump's
right.
42, so that's a 5-point margin.
Well, I think we're probably looking at different maps here. Mine, Fox News has got it on, got Trump on 51.9% in Georgia, Biden on 46.8.
That's the 5% gap there.
Yeah.
47 to 52. Just rounded.
Yeah.
Well, look, I think on all those figures, as biased as I am, I think you can say that North Carolina is going red. It should have been called a long time ago. There is no way that North Carolina is not going to be a Trump state. So that leaves Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Nevada, and
I think the reason they're called North Carolina is because so many of the votes were cast before election day. They were cast by the mailing system, and so
I think that the gap in North Carolina is so big that even if
I'm not sure what big gap you're talking about. Joe Biden's on 48.7 and Donald Trump's only on 50.1. There's only a gap. The gap is not even 100,000 votes, and way more than that were cast in the mail-in votes.
Look, I understand that, but if you looked at the voting today, Trump was trailing in the early voting, and that's obviously because they counted a lot of those early votes early. He was trailing the early voting by over 300,000 votes earlier today, and he's now in front. Biden is not going to change that. The North Carolina state should be called for Trump. On all the other trends, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Georgia look like they're going to go to Trump. should they be called? I don't know. I think Trump should be confident of winning all of them. He doesn't need to win all of them to win the election, even if he loses Nevada. Alaska's definitely going to go to Trump. I don't think there's any doubt about that. So this election is over. And I think there are 2 points to make on this discussion about where the numbers are at the moment. If you look at the polling heading into today and over the past 8 months, the consistent polling said that Biden was set for a comfortable victory. We have not seen that reflected at all in any of the votes cast today. I don't know what the overall number of votes are, but I know earlier today Trump was actually leading the national vote. I wouldn't be surprised if he still is, but that doesn't matter. The Electoral College is what works in the United States. Trump is going to win the most Electoral College votes. And the other factor is, if you want to take a hard-nosed approach about this, the betting agencies flipped at about midday today. Biden, who was a comfortable favourite for weeks, and I applaud anybody who got on Trump early on when he was on about $2.70 and even higher in some cases. Right now, I think the betting agencies are paying about $1.30, $1.40. The betting agencies know this is over. And those guys have a stake in this because for every dollar that's bet on Donald Trump, they're going to lose. So
sadly.
The other interesting breaking news coming to hand is that it looks like the Republicans will hold the Senate. The Washington Post is reporting that. So that's something going their way. I think you're right.
It would not do well for Trump to have the presidency, but neither the House nor the Senate.
No, that's right. That would be gridlock.
But to continue as we are would be good. The other breaking news is that Biden has gone to bed. He's called a lid.
Right. Yeah, well, I don't know what time it is. It must be 1 o'clock.
That's fair enough, as we know. It's quite a bit past his normal lid.
That's right.
David Lyle, can you still hear me, or have I gone?
We got you.
Well, look, I think one other reason that Trump is going to win is that everybody knows Joe Biden is going to go to sleep for 3 months. So there's lots of noise in the background.
That's
Joe
okay.
Biden.
We appreciate you joining us.
And everyone knows it. And that is one reason why Donald Trump is also going to win today. The Democrats' candidate for president is not the actual candidate they want in the office. That's Kamala Harris. And I think everyone in America and across the world knows it. Joe Biden was never going to last 4 years. He's about to go to bed. You guys joked tonight. He's about to go to bed for 3 months. And I don't think we'll see much more of Joe Biden after this campaign.
Yeah.
Have we still got James?
No, James opted out a little while ago. Well, I don't know about you guys, but I think we can just about wrap this up. We've been going nearly 4.5 hours. And I think we've had lots of really, really great people on tonight. Most of them regular Good Source contributors, as well as a couple of great guests there.
It's been brilliant, Dave. The quality of the people that you've drawn into the Good Source community is outstanding. And some of that commentary today, it would easily be right in place on any mainstream media channel. So watch this space.
Teamwork makes the dream work. And look, let's do a little promo here for supporting the Good Source, because the dream, it is all about team, and it is all about displacing the mainstream media. Very hard. There is an echo chamber. It is the mainstream media. And we need a source of a whole heap of conservatives who will just come out and tell us the truth. We don't need to invite lies onto this channel for there to be balance. We are the balance. We are bringing back balance to your options of feel free to go ahead and watch the ABC. You've paid for it. You deserve to get some benefit out of it. And it'd be great if they increased their coverage in the regional areas, which is probably more important in their mandate than proselytizing gender theory. However, what is important is that things that aren't taxpayer funded, which are just pure free market experiments, do get your support. If you find value out of the Good Source and one or two or all of the different programs, many articles that we regularly publish, would you dip your hand in your pocket and just help us keep going? We definitely have a lot of work to do. We've just got our toe in the water. If we're going to displace the corporate media, the old moldy media, then we actually need to grow exponentially. We need to probably put in a offer for Channel 10, all of their hardware, and really actually take it to them and say the free market believes in honest, unbiased, balanced media, who's not concerned with being in the middle of left and right, but who is concerned mainly with being honest and being right on all the issues that certainly matter. And so we just want to bring that balance back. We thank you for your partnership. We thank you for watching it, for joining in comments and sharing it with your friends, subscribing to the newsletters and sharing the articles, etc. But we really do just need every single one of you to dip your hand in for $10, $20 a month, and hopefully we can continue to grow the staff and the facilities, and start paying conservative commentators and journalists so that being part of the media as a conservative is actually rewarding and sustainable career choice for people, and that's certainly a big part of my dream as well. So thank you to you, Lyle, and George Christensen, who joined us for 3 hours today, and Bernie, you got an incredibly busy day there, taking moments away from your family. So yeah, and we've got a couple of thanks from Sally Vincent. Appreciate your input. Grant Vandersea, great show. Well done, everyone. Grant's a great volunteer. Thank you. Appreciate your coverage from Deb Giddens as well. So yeah, thank you, gentlemen. It's been a great day.
Well done, Dave. Well done, Bernie. It'd be great to be part of this.
And well done, America. It seems like you've held on to sanity and sensibility for hopefully another 4 years, and then maybe we could have Mike Pence or some other great Republican president thereafter, once the swamp is well and truly drained. Absolutely. Final words, Bernie?
Dave, look, I want to say that I'm very honoured to be part of the team that fights fake news with you and Lyle and the others on the Good Source. I think it's a great vision and one that you've really put some wheels on, and I'm very, very keen to see where it goes next year, and very happy to be on board that train. If you are a Trump supporter, don't listen to the polls, don't listen to the fake news, get your champagne out. Today is a great day in the history of the world. It's a great day. I told it to my kids this morning, and I caught it yesterday, and I'm very grateful to see that. I think that call is absolutely correct, and I'm sorry, Dave, for all the news. I think there's about 20 grandchildren running around in the background here at the moment. I hope a Good Source can handle that kind of noise and distraction, but they're all excited here. Yeah, I think they're all excited here, and they should be. It's a great day for America, and it's a great day for Australia too as a result.
Well, thank you very much, everyone. And we can confirm that even CNN is saying the Electoral College has just closed to 7. That's just going to continue going on. They've got Trump on 213, just updated, and Biden has been at 220 for a very long time, not moving at all. The momentum is all Trump's, and there is not... there's 49.8% of the popular vote to Biden. 48. Remember, that's irrelevant, but still interesting that it's going so well for Trump. So looking very, very good. It's been called by everybody on the Good Source today. George, Bernie, Lyle, everyone, and we're very, very grateful for your company. And we thank you again for your support, but that's it for us here. We will see you next time on The Good Source. Make sure you go to the website and check out Bernie, Lyle, George's, and all the other shows from people that have been on today, as well as articles. And we will see you there. Good night, and God bless.